Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. Are we ready over there too? Okay, good morning. Hello. My name is Bridget Stuntz, and I will be your moderator for today's event. I want to begin by stating that the planners for today's event have an enduring vision for the future. That vision is that every person leaving a correctional institution will have a place to call home, a place to work, and transportation to both. Our agenda for today is intended to highlight that very bold vision. Participants on the panel include people who are justice involved, people who were justice involved, and those academics from Kent State University and service providers from the community. All the events in today's program will be in the gymnasium here, except for lunch, which will be back in Pearson Hall. To open the program, I would like to introduce Sonia Williams, Executive Director, University Outreach and Engagement in the Provost Office at Kent State University, and William Ed Bankston, the Prison Reentry Academic Program Coordinator for Kent State University. Sonia and Ed.
All right. Thank you. Greetings, everyone. My name's Ed Bankston, and I'm both excited and honored to be able to welcome you to today's events here. While I'm not new to public speaking, I have written something down, if you don't mind. I always thought it'd be cool kind of to read from a teleprompter. It reminds me of maybe karaoke without the music. I can remember one time teaching at Barber College, and I was standing up in front of the class reading some literature, and one of the students noticed me squinting, and he was making a joke, and, Mr. Ed, you're getting old, you need your glasses. And so, you know how you go to Walmart or Walgreens and get those little readers? My prescription isn't that bad, so I get like a .125 or something. I got the kind that fold up and you put in a little case. So I thought I had him. He said, you need your glasses. You know, you can't see, old man. I said, got you. I reached into my pocket, grabbed my little case, opened it up, and it was 2 Barbie shoes, no glasses. Class erupted in laughter. I was embarrassed. The life of a father. But that won't happen today. Because I got my real readers, I got my Malcolm X's on, so I'm ready. Again, my name is Ed Bankston. Thank you all for coming out. I want to thank my team for coming, the presenters, everybody that put it together, all the participants. As the Prison Reentry Academic Program Coordinator and someone with the lived experience of overcoming collateral consequences, I want to briefly talk about this year's Building Bridges of Opportunity experience theme, Bridging Pathways to Hope, and what that means to me. I've been recidivist-free for 22 years now. During that time, my mind had to become my vision board. And eventually, over time, whatever I thought about would slowly begin to manifest itself, most of the time without my knowledge of how it would unfold. But as we talk about a bridge to hope, let's define a bridge. A structure carrying a pathway or roadway over a depression or obstacle. And this bridge has some important parts: the foundation, the substructure, its deck, the bearings, the girders, the trusses, and the arch. But we'll talk about the foundation, because the foundation is critical because it supports the bridge's weight. Both befitting and significant that Kent State University, an institution of higher learning, be in this space today, because it is this place that provided a bridge of hope and opportunity to me on my reentry journey. Kent State has now joined a cohort that believes that access to higher learning can and does help reduce recidivism. I am a living example of that belief. Thus, we end up in the reentry space as a byproduct of not only eliminating barriers and reducing recidivism, but also of our commitment to people, culture, and belonging. The hope is that this institution and others will become the foundations of these bridges of opportunity nationwide. In 1995, an extension, a representative, a Kent State ambassador to the ghetto, if you will, a member of the Alpha Phi Alpha Incorporated fraternity here, was doing his duty of mentoring and community outreach when he came back to the inner city of East Cleveland to enlighten guide and direct two lost young brothers. A brief outlook into my background. April 6, 1975. The war officially ended April 30th, 1975. So my birth both symbolizes change and resurrection. A biological and cultural metamorphosis was taking place, so to speak. And ironically, the student protests here at Kent State University and across the country's 5 years prior to my birth meant that for the next 18 years of my life, outside of the Cold War, we lived conflict-free. Needless to say, I had somewhat of a privileged upbringing. I got a piece of the Berlin Wall. I physically participated in dismantling communism and the spread of democracy living overseas in Germany. I traveled the Autobahn countless times, went to multiple factories where they make the best beer, cheese, salt, wine, and chocolate. I've been on many Volksmarches and have visited countless castles, the famous King Ludwigsburg Palace, a notable example. Living overseas in a world that was becoming more and more commercialized, coupled with the negative influences of popular culture, I began to get into trouble even before returning to the United States. After returning to the United States in 1992, while still in high school, my friend Paris Saunders, who is a part of our team right now, sitting over here, was shot back in high school in a robbery and paralyzed from the waist down. Soon after, I became a teenage high school dad. After graduation, I had my first run-in with the law and became a felon. One of the first with a baby and a felony out of my peers before college in the age of 21. With no direction, we were up to no good, and the third member of our circle, Delmont Pitts, conviction led to a 14-year prison sentence. It was at that moment that my friend's brother, Kim Saunders, demanded that Paris leave for college here, Kent State. He strongly suggested that I follow, so I did, and the rest is history. There was definitely some resentment felt and some trips and falls along the way, but from my experience, that bridge can only appear when a marriage takes place between our commitment to personal responsibility and shared humanity's concept of social justice. As a bit of a motivational interviewing practice with our clients, we like to talk about 3 stages of redemption: understanding the need for change, embracing challenges, and developing resilience. And I know some of you here may have wanted to hear more detail about my story in regard to what created that need for change for me and how I got this position, but that's for another time and setting. Trust me, you'll get to know me soon enough as we embark upon this work together. But I remember talking with my supervisor, Sonia Williams, and she was telling me a story about someone she knew who was taken over in a leadership position, and she mentioned that she recommends when doing so to make sure to change something. You remember this?
I do.
Meeting dates and times, office and the break room setup, even down to the curtain color. She said you have to make a statement to let everybody know not only that there's a new boss, but more importantly, it's going to be different. I said, I like that. That was cold-blooded. And I believe sometimes we have to do that internally. You have to change things inside, change your mind, your attitude, your clothes, the company you keep, your location in order to make your life better. I can also recall a quote that said, in order to make progress, change is necessary, but all change isn't necessarily progress. So change can scare us sometimes, but it's necessary in order to improve. One of my favorite reads in college was a book by Spencer Johnson titled, Who Moved My Cheese? A brilliant story about the struggles of committing to change and the benefits thereof. If you haven't already, I highly recommend it. It's a great read for all ages. After researching our current leadership here at the university, when I took this job, I was just curious because when I was here, Kent State, living up to its name, of course, boasted its first female president in Carol Cartwright. So I wanted to see how far we've come since then. So I came across our president, Todd Dakin's inauguration speech, and he mentioned a good friend of mine, N.J. Akbar. N.J. used to frequent the barbershop that I managed in town. The president mentioned how N.J. was contemplating quitting his doctorate program and how he was encouraged by someone not to, and they pushed him to keep continuing on. I never knew this, by the way, because N.J. always looked like he had it together every time I saw him. But when I was here as a student, the late Dean Moore, may God rest his soul, did the very same thing for me. He just didn't let me quit. Hearing Ty speak about NJ's story made me reflect on how Kent State has consistently been the pressure that it takes to make diamonds. I was academically dismissed twice and had to be reinstated. I wanted a waiver to take over 18 credit hours. He gave it to me, I messed up, and he helped me again. I remember being so embarrassed the next time I went into his office. He literally gave me so many chances, which brings me to my next point, intentions. Any change of significance rarely occurs cold turkey because it is a gradual process. As we work towards our accountability and we beg society for your patience. I'm not a fan of the term or phrase second chance act. It's an indirect indication that all you need is a second chance, when in fact, depending on the age and circumstances, you could very well need more than a second chance. I myself needed a few. A tree's intention is worth more than the fruit it bears during harvest. And right on cue, with Dana Lawless, Andrick, Sonia Williams, and Kristen Roberson, this institution still has never given up on me. So with that, I want to celebrate Kent State being in this space, confidently knowing that it can and will do the same for so many others as it continues to do for me and my family. Again, community resources are the building blocks to this bridge, with the universities being its foundation. So let's continue to build this bridge together, both justice impacted and community. Bottom line, all parties involved must do better. Just as the saying goes, a teacher is only as effective as a student's willingness to learn. So too is reentry only as effective as an individual's willingness to commit to personal responsibility and development. And the community and individuals working in this space, you're charged with making the process of redemption less complicated and/or challenging. And lastly, I want to leave you with an Egyptian proverb from an inner temple coffin text that read, "Have the wisdom to abandon the values of a time that has passed and pick out the constituents of the future. An environment must be suited to the age and individuals to their environment." Thank you all, and go Flashes.
Who can follow that? Good morning, everyone. As was announced, I am Sonia Williams. I serve as the Executive Director of University Outreach and Engagement in the Provost Office here at Kent State University. I thought it was important for Ed to go before me to kind of set the tone. Although yesterday was an amazing day, the tone was set yesterday for reentry space. But in terms of a personal homage to what we're doing in our area, I thought that Ed's story would fit right into some of the comments that I have for today. So I am an alum of Kent State University. I graduated way back in 1989. And I'm looking at the room, some of y'all wasn't even born yet, but I am 59 years old. And not only was I an alum of Kent State University, I come from a very much justice-impacted family. I'm the first in my family to graduate from college. My dad repeatedly was justice impacted, if you will. I have a nephew right now who is serving time as it relates to gang violence. And so when I stand here, I want people to know a little bit about me because I want you all to know that my journey wasn't given to me. I feel like I'm walking into my purpose, and I am so grateful for Kent State University to have created our area. It's important to know that our area was only created 4 years ago. We started during the pandemic. We had some transition, and both Dana Lawless, Andrick, and I were tapped to lead this unit. And initially, it was about pipeline and town and gown relationships. That we are the partner with the city of Kent and our surrounding communities. Dana sits in many spaces with our elected with Mayor Fiala and Dave Ruler and all of those guys. So she is the conduit for much of our relationship with the city of Kent. And I serve as the executive director. In my capacity, it really is external kinds of programming that I'm responsible for, whether it be high school or now in this space with adults. We have 2 signature programs that are serving the reentry population. One is our Educational Opportunity Centers, which we got that grant from the federal government, Department of Education, to the tune of $1.5 million. When you consider all that we do with our TRIO funds, just in the EOC space. We were fortunate to write the Department of Justice grant for reentry second chance. Kristen Roberson, who you'll hear from later, Ed has already referenced her. We happened to meet each other on a search committee. And the day we met was also the day that Dr. Patty Robinson, if I could have my team please stand. Can you all stand up? And Paris, wave your hand. Paris is over here. This is the reentry team at Kent State University. Some of our other folks are not here, but let's give it up for the reentry team, right? Ladarius still serves as our Senior Director of Educational Opportunity Centers in our Classic Upper Bound program. Paris is our hub ambassador for reentry. He's here. Ed has already referenced. Amaya McGee is one of our coordinators for ELC. Wave to the folks. Larry Purnell, he is serving as another hub coordinator and our marketing specialist for reentry. And Patty, I'm gonna save you the last. Ashley Williams is our senior business manager, and she makes sure that all the money is spent appropriately, so we love Ashley. And then we have Lauren Goggins. Lauren is one of our recent grads, alums of Kent State University. She's working with us with our EOC program. Then I want to go back here to Miss Juliet Streeter. Juliet is our administrative assistant, helping to keep us all together, also working in tandem with Ashley to make sure that everything is appropriate. And then we have our Kendall Williams. I don't know who her mama is, but she looked just like her. But Kendall serves as our case manager for prison reentry, certified case manager. And but I want to circle back to Patty Robinson. You guys can be seated. Thank you. Dr. Robinson had said to me on the morning, there's this opportunity. I don't know if her title is Project and Evaluations Grant Administrator. So we created Patty's role so that we could have a specialized person. And first of all, she loves data. She loves research. She loves the space. So we created this role specifically for us to reach out to other funding sources to be able to provide different and unique opportunities for Kent State University. She saw this opportunity on DOJ. We're a part of some listservs, and said, hey, what do you think about this? Well, we'll talk about it, blah, blah, blah. Get to the search committee meeting. Kristen mentions our prison education program that she leads at Trumbull Correctional Institute. And I said, hey, my project director just opportunity, blah, blah, blah. She was like, oh yeah, I sent it to my VP and, to see if there's something we could do. Long story short, we were able to write this grant in a matter of 2 months. You all, that is unheard of. Some of the things that we had to do to meet the requirements of the proposal normally takes months to do. And with the great work of Dr. Robinson and Dr. Robeson, I always say just one more letter, they'd be dismissed. And I think it's important for you all to know that this was not for naught. There is no we were in our hotel rooms, right, Chris? We were, on the call with ORDC, telling them what we needed. My husband's in corrections. I was like, I need you to lean on the marriage and get me some connections, right? And we were able to do that. And so the first time around, you all, to be able to write a DOJ grant for reentry, right? $900,000 to get the support of Kent State's leadership. One of the things that we cannot do, we can't go rogue with our grant applications. There is a hierarchy that starts with our provost. So we have to get letters of support to be able to apply for this funding. I said that to say that Kent State stands our prison education program, prison reentry, for so many of us is personal, right? But as an academic institution, we believe that we are providing access for everybody, right? So there's some things that Kristen's probably gonna talk about in a little bit, as it relates to Pell Grant. Later on this afternoon, I'm gonna have some Kent State folks here to talk about the kinds of services that we offer these constituents of ours. But I said that to say, do not be dismayed or confused about the support in this community about reentry. So the way we've designed our program started with having to hire. DOJ said in its RFP, the goal is to hire justice-impacted folk on this grant. Who knew that we would find Ed? Ed was a janitor cleaning the same building that he now has an office in. Come on, somebody. When I say all of this is in tandem, and just for the record, I know we in a church, I just want y'all to know I'm a Baptist preacher. I come from this, so I might sound like and say amen and the doors of the church open, but in my role at Kent State as the executive director, right? I'm gonna not blur the lines too much, but I take, my faith with me, and sometimes it just comes out. And I want you all to know that this is, again, not for naught. We are going to talk about some opportunities that we have later on this afternoon with some of our areas coming from Kent State University enrollment. And I was saying that Kristen's probably going to talk about the Pell Grant being offered to folks who are incarcerated and what that looks like in prison education, and how when they get out, all these rules about having to serve that population. If we took their money on the inside as an institution, we have to, by law, take the money on the outside. And so that's important that this community supports reentry. We're not crazy. We know that Kent State and the community have not always jived. May 4th, right? But we've come so far. I think we are, I don't know if we're 100% there. I'm gonna say 90% there in terms of, all of that stuff. And so we're in this space, and we could not do it without our partners at the state ORGC, our folks that are here, and with this community. And so just to know that as we go out through the day, it's a reason why it's here in Kent. Dr. Conkle, I don't know if she's here yet. No, she's not here yet. And so we just want you all to know that she is one of our tenured, promoted, full professors who is in this space. I think she'll be acknowledged a little bit later. But we couldn't have done it without all of our leadership. And so thank you for allowing us to be here and to welcome you. We are a partner, and so we'll be here. We have a table set up. Any questions, have your folk reach out to us, okay? And I got a few minutes left, but I'm leaving. Okay, so.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Ed. Okay, Dr. Christopher Dumm, Associate Professor, and Dr. Elias Nader, Assistant Professor, are faculty with the Department of Sociology, Criminology at Kent State University, Kent campus. Did you bring the guest with you?
He is on his way, hopefully momentarily.
Okay. The title of their presentation is Overcoming Reentry Challenges, Lessons from Lived Experience and Research. So I now turn it over. Are you ready? Do you want to wait for him?
He's going to go last.
Okay, so come on down. So Dr. Dumm and Dr. Nader. All right.
Thank you so much, Bridget. Short story, Bridget's actually a former student of mine, and like 3 years ago. And congratulations on all your success and what you're doing. So yeah, thank you so much. That's amazing. So it's gonna be tough to follow Sonia and Ed here. So yeah, that's unfortunate, but yeah, because y'all did a great job, and just kudos to everything your department is doing. We've actually never met before, but we're gonna sit down and we're gonna chat with all y'all here. Yeah, so it is such an honor to be here for such an important and necessary workshop, and thank you all for being here and taking the time out of your day to be part of this empowering movement for hope. So I'm really excited to be here with my colleague, Dr. Elias Nader, my friend Ben Nunley, who will hopefully be joining us soon. Dr. Nader is an expert in life course criminology, and specifically reentry experiences of justice-involved youth, so that's what he'll be talking about later. My friend Ben is a formerly incarcerated individual who I've known for over 6 years since he was up at Lake Erie Correctional Institution. So our panel is titled Overcoming Reentry Challenges. And we're all here to speak to that, to share our research and experience with a goal of increasing understanding of these challenges and what we need to do in order to overcome them, right? So I don't want to be a downer, basically, is what I'm telling you. So, but I'm going to start by talking specifically about one crucial aspect of reentry, which is housing, which I consider essentially to be like the first and foremost most important challenge that people face. So the Urban Institute estimates that a tenth of returned citizens experience homelessness, and that's similar to other estimates that finds in about the first 2 years of their release, 11.4% of returned citizens experience homelessness. So that's sort of the statistic we're thinking about there. And if you think about the national estimates of homelessness in the general population of about 18 per 10,000, what this data suggests is that formerly incarcerated people are more than 50 times more likely to experience homelessness than the general population, right? So this is a huge hurdle that we have to overcome, right? And this is obviously problematic when we think about, right, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Like, the great stuff is up here, but like, in order to get there, we need physiological things like food, safety, water, shelter, right? So we can't do any of this stuff up here without attending to the structure, right? Which is housing in this case. So we know that released individuals facing significant challenges securing housing, right? This is due to a number of reasons. So 1, limited incomes. 2, few affordable housing options in communities in which individuals might be released, right? We know in Portage County there were discussions about affordable housing for everybody, right? And not just people coming out of prison, right? We know that people face discrimination from landlords. That's a huge problem, right? Especially in tight rental markets. We know there are restrictions on public housing. We know there's shortages in supportive housing programs. We know that people coming out of prison with sex offense convictions face laws like residence restrictions, which don't do anything at all. So, right, there are a lot of challenges that people face in terms of housing. So what then we find then, right, is most people coming out of prison are relying on friends and family for housing, right? And often these friends and family then provide other forms of tangible and also intangible support, right, such as money, emotional support, things like that, right? But we also know that unfortunately, like staying with family members isn't always an ideal situation, right? Especially like for long periods of time, perhaps, right? So people coming out of prison, they might not have family or friends in the locations that they're coming out of, right? They might have strained ties with people who they know. They might have intentionally tried to sever ties with family or friends, right? And so that makes it not feasible for them to stay with, right? Family members of former prisoners report very limited incomes and employment histories, right? They might have their own criminal justice impacts and their own criminal justice needs. So we're putting a tremendous strain, right, on familial units when we're asking families to house people coming out of prison, right? And so research also suggests that people just might move out of the neighborhoods that they came from, right? And in fact, moving out of the neighborhoods that they came from actually may help people distance themselves from criminogenic environments, right? So it's no surprise, really, that returning citizens prefer and deserve their own stable, independent housing, right? This should be like the goal that we're working towards. So I'd like us to think about sort of these housing needs in terms of 3 areas, right? And so our task is really to be able to identify the level of a person's need for housing, right? And then provide the appropriate services, right? So what does that look like? So if we think about like level 1, 2, 3, this being sort of like the lowest, right? The lowest level would be basically individuals who are self-sufficient, they're able-bodied, they're employable, and really their lack of housing is basically based on like an issue of like affordability, right? Or maybe needing to move out of a former neighborhood, right? So they just need a stable, affordable place. And once we can get them there, right, they should be able to maintain that location on their own. So, right, in that situation, if that's that level of person need, well, what does that mean then, right? So basically we're talking about like housing vouchers or something, right? Allowing people to get a place to stay, networks with landlords who will rent to people coming out of prison, right? People to provide housing payments, and essentially some sort of matchmaking service, right? To say, hey, we've got this person who needs a place to stay, where can we put them in, right? Where can we find a place? So that's the lowest level, right, of necessary support. The second level that we're thinking about, right, would be people with limited employment prospects who maybe they need some sort of substance abuse treatment. They might have limited social networks, right? So this is going to require some assistance, ideally short-term, but really instead of just finding housing for them, we need to work on some other things like peer support, improving employment prospects, maybe some substance abuse treatment, right? Really helping people overcome minor barriers to self-sufficiency, right? So maybe something like a peer-led recovery home or something might be important or appropriate for these individuals, right? And then we have this sort of third level of housing needs, right? And these are people who might have significant mental health issues, substance abuse issues, really significant behavioral issues, right? Who are gonna need long-term support, right? And this is maybe similar to long-term support that someone might need even if they weren't justice involved, right? Just because of the situation that they face. So that's sort of this level 3. need, right? But all of these options have to provide affordable housing, quality housing, stability, a safe physical environment, access to social support, and safe and accessible neighborhoods, right? We need these locations to satisfy those. And I'm sure you can think about a lot of places that we use for people coming at present that probably actually don't fit any of those criteria, unfortunately, right? So, for us as a community, right, we need to ask ourselves, how are we assessing people's needs when they get out of prison in terms of what they need for housing and what exists in the community to support that? And if we don't have infrastructure, and if we don't have the necessary things at these levels, what can we do to improve those things, right? Those are the very clear goals that we need to have, right? So how can we make these safe, secure, and successful? And just sort of as a cautionary tale, I just want to share a story of what this doesn't look like. So, from 2012 to 2013, I spent a year, this is from my dissertation research, I studied this motel in upstate New York, and it was used as an emergency shelter for people coming out of prison, right? So people who might otherwise be homeless, people coming out of prison. Specifically, the state used it to house people with sex offense convictions. Just because of the residence restrictions, there just wasn't anywhere else they could live, right? And so this motel faced a lot of NIMBYism, right, from the community. People just did not want it there, right? And so I spent a year observing what was life like at this motel. How did people get along with each other? But the important part was this motel was just riddled with code violations, right? So when I first starting there were heaters that wasn't working, there was exposed wiring, there weren't smoke detectors, like there was sewage and like bug infestation and stuff, and this persisted the whole time that I was there. And then in 2013, in December 2013, someone actually fell through the floor at this motel. And so the state attorney general came in, they did an inspection, and they found over 750 code violations. And when they tallied that up, the cost of that was over $400,000, right? So at this point, like, there's no possible way this motel owner is actually going to be able to fix this problem, right? But this is sort of the culmination. But these code violations had existed the whole time I was there, right? And so what they did was, unfortunately, they shut this motel down in like the middle of winter. These people had like a day's notice to get their stuff, to move out and find somewhere else to live, right? And if we're asking a population like this to make some sort of housing transition in that situation, it's basically impossible, right? So this is a horrible, horrible situation. And after the motel was shut down, we actually learned that the Department of Social Services faked their inspections of this motel, right? And I doubt they would have done that if there weren't people with criminal convictions living there, right? So we have this stigma associated with certain populations, and we know, right, because of the punitive attitudes associated with these populations, right, then people are more apt to view sort of these poor living conditions as some sort of secondary punishment, right? Why do they deserve to live in safe, affordable housing or something like that, right? Well, think about it. Your chances of not recidivating are not that great if you're living in a place without smoke detector and you're getting kicked out, right, the next day. And this is my friend Ben. What's up, Ben? How you doing? It's good to see you. We'll call you up in a few minutes here, but it's good to see you. I'm happy you're here. So we know basically all this to say, right? So housing, this challenge, right? But it's sort of overshadowed, and that story I just shared with you is overshadowed by the sort of existential crisis about reentry, which is the stigma that people in the system face, right? So it's like, well, what can we like possibly do about that, right? So this is the part where like I look at I think about the hope thing, right? This hope aspect, right? This is where we go in this. Like, what can we do as community members to help combat the stigma, right? Because once we can tackle that, right, that opens up the doors to a lot of different things, right? Employment, going back to school, housing, right? Increasing social networks, right? Being able to establish yourself, dating, right? I mean, there are all these things that people face coming out of the system, right, that are impacted by stigma. So what can we do, right, as a community and ourselves to work on that? So the first thing that we can do is to attend to the use of language, right? And I'm here talking, you're all talking, you've heard people talk, right? We've heard this whole sticks and stones thing, right? Won't hurt me. But the thing is, right, in many aspects, the words that we use do have tangible effects on people, right? And so in the case of reentry, and when we talk about the justice system, these words matter, right? Words like inmate, ex-con, felon, sex offender, right? These are crime-first labels that are used when people talk, when people write. They're highly stigmatized, and what we find in research is when we use these labels, people are way more likely to adopt punitive attitudes, right? When we talk about people in this way, using these language, people are way more apt to want to punish them, right? And that's not what we want in this situation, right? But the thing that should give us hope is it's something very simple, very simple that we can do about this, and that's just adopting person-first language, right? So when we say someone who's justice involved, or a person who is formerly incarcerated, or returned citizen, right? And research actually shows, so I'm going to give you a little hint here, that the term returned citizen, if you compare that with like person who is formerly incarcerated, the word returned citizen is actually a better term to use, right? Because it doesn't actually have that word incarceration in it, right? And so the mindset that people adopt when they hear that, it changes. So if you're looking, well, how do I refer to people who've been impacted by the system? If you're looking to use a person-first language, returned citizen might be your best bet, right? When people hear that term versus other terms, they're more likely to want to interact with someone, they're more likely to want to be that person's friend, their neighbor, their coworker, and they're less likely to stigmatize people, right? So that's something that we can do every day in the way we talk, in the way we write. When we hear people using crime-first language, right, we can educate them, say, hey, you know what, it's better to actually say something like this. If there's something like the New York Times, right, a few months ago wrote something, they were still using the term inmate, right? We can call institutions and organizations out, right, when they're using harmful language and say, hey, you know what, research shows that this is a better thing that we should do. The Department of Justice has actually advocated for this, right? So this is not just me saying this, right? This is people up there. So a simple thing that we can do to help overcome stigma, right? The next thing we can do to tackle stigma is to better understand how this stigma against returned citizens actually operates, right? If you wanted to cure disease, right, you wouldn't just be like, well, we'll give you the shot and see what happens. So like, no, well, like hopefully we give this shot and this antibody does this and like tackles this, right? We need to know how something functions in order to fix it. So what's going on here? So social psychology tells us that when we encounter someone, we often assess two things. One is intent, right? Is this person friendly towards me? Does this person have ill will, right? And what we can conceptualize this concept is this concept of warmth, right? And it basically involves, do I view this person as good-natured? Do I view them as tolerant? Do I view them as sincere, right? So this makes up the aspect of warmth. When I greet someone, when you're looking at me, maybe when I stood up here, like, this person seemed warm or cold, right? So that's number one. And the second thing we do is assess how competent somebody is, right? So this is basically assessing someone's confidence, their intelligence, their independence, how competitive they are, like what is their level of drive, right? Is this person motivated to do something, right? So we call this the stereotype content model. And it basically argues that people treat each other and they form opinions based on these two things, how warm they think they are and how competent you think someone else is, right? And so we've done research asking people how comfortable they would be living with someone, a returned citizen, working with a returned citizen, basically asking, like, how socially distant do you want to be from someone who's come out of prison, right? And so, unfortunately, obviously, the answer is that people would prefer to be more socially distant from someone returning from prison than someone who doesn't have a prison history, right? But the good news is, it's not because people think returned citizens are less competent, and it's not necessarily that they think returned citizens are going to be harmful or even deceptive. What happens is people perceive returned citizens to be just less socially warm towards each other, right? So this gives us a good idea of what's fueling this stigma, right? And then gives us a way to tackle that, right? So what can we do then? The solution is, well, what can we do to help the public perceive people coming out of prison, perceive people with criminal histories as just more warm, right? So first and foremost, research supports that facilitating interpersonal contact between people who have a stigmatized identity and those applying the stigma, right, is a really important way of decreasing stigmatization, right? So any sort of opportunity, events that bring people together, right, who are returned citizens and who are not, right, we're doing a good thing right there, right? So interpersonal contact, number one. Number two, when we think about creating contact between people, how can we create contact that emphasizes trust, kindness, sincerity, friendship, right? So how can we create activities between people that emphasize collaboration instead of competition, right? And how can we do things that spark behavior like laughing and smiling, right? Where people are feeling very warm towards each other, right? Creating those feelings, right? We can also encourage people who have prison histories, right, to think about interactions, right? Like, how can I display warmth towards people, right? And I realize it's kind of a crappy ask, being like, hey, you need to do this thing, right, because you're already facing an uphill battle. But if we know the mechanisms, right, the social mechanisms by which how people interact, right, these are things that we should try to take advantage of, right? And fortunately, like, this sort of interaction and these things that emphasize and change warmth, it doesn't even have to be like you and us sitting here, right? There's been research that shows that simply like, if I watch a video of someone from prison talking about themselves, that increases warmth towards them, and that decreases the negative feelings I have towards them. If I read poetry by someone who's been in prison, those sorts of things will decrease the stigma I have, right? So there's sort of like, obviously, these one-way communications that we can use. And we know there are programs in prison, right, that are doing poetry or things like that. We know there are programs, there's an awesome movie that came out, Sing Sing. I don't know if anyone's seen that recently. It's a fabulous movie, and it uses people who are part of that program in this film, and it's amazing, right? Things like that, right, that create feelings of warmth, help decrease stigma, right? So how can we use strategies like that as a community, right? What sort of things can we do in the community to create those sorts of interactions, right? To support those kinds of behaviors to help decrease that, right? A second thing, or maybe the third thing, I don't know, I'm losing my place. The third thing we can do is focus on programming inside of outside of prison that bestows positive credentials on people, right? And this seems like a job certificate, or even sort of an identity that challenges the narrative of someone with an incarceration history, right? So, in our research, we found that even just like having returned citizens identify as like poets, right, increases the warmth felt to them, right? People who've completed things like a Toastmasters club or something like that, right? Things that bestow a positive identity that counteracts the stereotypes that someone might associate with them, right? So what we need to do, right, is work on increasing programs inside a prison, right? Because we know that reentry is something that needs to start immediately. The second someone gets into prison, we need to be thinking about reentry, right? So focus on programs in prison, focus on programs of people coming out, right? That how can we help people take on pro-social identities? What sorts of things can they use as credentials, right? That carry weight in the community, that carry weight in social interactions, right? That will decrease stigma towards them, right? So before I pass this off to Eli, I just want to say, right, we have to reiterate, like, the challenges for reentry are intense. You all know that. There's almost no reason for me to say that, right? But that's largely due in part to stigma, right? When you think sociologists, so I think really intersectionally, right? So, okay, we got housing, but it's also tied to employment, right? And it's also tied to that people just don't want to talk to you and they view you differently, right? That's all intersecting, but it's influenced by the stigma that's coming down on top, right? And it unfortunately just has its claws in like all of these different areas, right? So, but there are strategies that we can employ as community members, right, to push back against the stereotypes, to soften these attitudes, to make reentry more successful, to make just the communities that we live in better places to live, right? So, with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Elias Nader. Boom, big shoes to follow. I'm just kidding. You're going to do great. You're going to do great.
Thanks, Chris. Like he said, my name is Elias Nader. I'm an assistant professor at Kent State University in the Department of Sociology and Criminology. I'm going to try my best to kind of pick off of what a lot of Chris was setting up for us, focusing on the system as it looks at, as it treats, as it deals with youth and young adults. So Chris mentioned my area of focus is life course criminology. Basically, that's the study of how young people kind of grow up and within the context of the criminal justice system. The way that our juvenile system is kind of set up right now is that much like our other social systems, it looks at those who are under 18 as people who need the support of the state. Things like schools are set up that way in our social systems. How the juvenile justice system is set up, right, gives certain leeway for people who are under 18 that get involved in the system to not have permanent records, right, to have diversion out of potential instances of incarceration and have separate institutions that focus on needs of youth, like education and such. So this is essentially how the system kind of has been built in the US, the period upon which it's been built. And it's been kind of intentional in that way because it recognizes that not all youth have the ability to kind of form this culpability. They don't have the maturity to really understand the consequences of these actions, these risky behaviors that young people are expected to take when they're in their youth. What's interesting about this and kind of where that leaves us today is that this is a system that is established in the US largely 100 years ago, quote unquote perfected maybe about 40 years ago, and hasn't done much to change really since then. But we've seen a lot of change in young people, in youth, in society socially, structurally, in terms of how they function and how we expect them to function, how we anticipate them to function, that the criminal justice system has not responded to for youth and young adults. For example, when these systems kind of get set up, some of our social markers play an important role, right? Average age of marriage, average age of home ownership, average age of employment are all sitting somewhere in this kind of late teens, early 20s place. When the juvenile justice system is set up, the first set of these kind of life course criminologists are looking at what are the implications of this, how does our life course, our development across the life course play into it, what is its role? Essentially, the result they come up with is that if you leave youth alone, right, they get to this age point of 19, 20, 21, they get married, they settle down, they get a job, they have a family, they've got too much to lose. And so they're gonna stop engaging in risky behaviors. And that's generally the approach in which how the criminal justice system is set up now, right? We leave people alone, we expect them to naturally mature out of some of these riskier or immature behaviors. And those who don't, well, that's on them, right? It's up to them to kind of own that space. What this doesn't take into consideration, right, is the reality of what young people face today in society. Today's young person is hitting these markers of marriage, home ownership, employment, parenthood at a much later time period than what they were doing, 20, 30, 40 years ago. People are usually hitting these markers in their late 20s, right? If they're getting to the first one, if not the second, and then the third into their 30s. What developmental psychologists have studied, understood about the average young person, right? Not focused on the criminal justice sphere, but the average young person, with all the support in the world, with family resources, with a college education, their brain is still developing until they turn 25. The settled down period for the current generation isn't hitting until this 29, 30, 31 age range in terms of these markers that help people transition into adulthood and socially acceptable adulthood, essentially. Yet, we don't treat those that are in the justice system in their youth in the same way, right? They're not afforded any of that time to grow to mature as their peers are in community, right? They leave the juvenile system at 18. If they're lucky, at 21. They're expected to be a fully functioning adult. They're expected to find a job, settle down, have a home, etc. And yet this is something that their peers, again, afforded all of the opportunity, are not able to establish, right? Now, young people can stay on their parents' insurance until they're 26. Young people are not buying homes at the same pace at which they were. Average age of marriage has creeped into the late 20s. And so the effect of these markers, how they support the successful transition of young people into socially acceptable adulthood, looks very different, and the justice system has not yet responded to this. This has obviously important implications for where the juvenile justice system, the justice system overall, can go in terms of serving the needs, in terms of understanding these mechanisms that Chris talked about, that help to kind of build hope and support this transition out of what is considered to be developmentally appropriate, risky behavior taking for juveniles into this period of young adulthood. And so in my research, kind of my approach to this, the way that I've taken, I started off in this area of studying, what have these developmental psychologists come to understand? What have they learned about young people, this maturation process, what it looks like? When I was in graduate school, I worked with a community-based organization for a few years that focused on young adults that were in this reentry process, right? The way that it worked, they were community-based, and so that means they are, fully a nonprofit, they are funded wherever they can get money, and they were working in this community for about 25 years. Originally, when they started working with people under 18 and actually shifted, with the generational shift to increase their age of work to 25. They recognized that work is not done at the age of 18. And so what they do, a lot of what they engage in, to me signifies where kind of this hope building, what the future can look like in terms of providing these resources for young people to make sure that they are successful in this reentry process, and also, I think, acknowledges the responsibility of a community to provide these support systems for young people who live in these spaces. And so what this organization did, they worked directly with local criminal justice systems, jails, prisons, probation offices, parole offices, to recruit young people directly into their services. Now, all the young people who came into their services did so voluntarily. They were not allowed to be court mandated into coming into these services, and so it was a genuine recruitment effort, right? Trying to convince these young people it was worth their time, their effort. What they could provide them was important support. What this organization also did was provide all of these young people with a paycheck for all of the work they did. They engaged in things like education programming, finishing their GED, starting college courses. They engaged in work training, work certification programming. They engaged in extracurricular programming, right? Arts, sports, community building, political activism. And they got paid to do a lot of this work while they were there, right? What that does is it recognizes the value of these young people and the contribution they can make to their communities. And largely, they got a lot of support for it, right? The efforts were largely successful because they had relationships with actors in the criminal justice system. Local judges knew them. Local police knew them. They contributed to helping assist people in this program and diverting them out of future justice contact because they recognized the potential, the contribution that was being made throughout this process, right? Essentially, the name of the organization provided some cover for these young people to have, as Ed mentioned, that third mistake, that fourth mistake, without having the consequence on paper of that third or fourth mistake. When I interviewed these young people, talking about their experiences here, understanding how they went through this process of growing up and doing so kind of under the guise of this community-based organization, the way they talked about it was akin to college. For them, they considered this to be their version of college, right? They got an opportunity to meet other young people their age with similar interests who were working towards similar goals. Obviously, these look different than maybe the average young person who's attending college, but they were able to form a community in a way that they found meaningful, right? And that meaning, which is something Chris talked about, right? This identity of who you are in community can play a lot in terms of activating this idea of warmth, right? You all of a sudden go from being another young person who has a record and no place to live and can't get a job anywhere but, you know, a Dunkin' Donuts or a McDonald's, to someone who's known, affiliated, has an identity that is acknowledged by the public, by police, by judges, as someone who makes a contribution, right? You are a member of this organization, you have this affiliation. And that gave them the pathway to build additional identities, right? It broke down the hardest door for them to break down in terms of this identity making and allowed them some space to explore who they wanted to be, what kind of impact they wanted to make on the world, what kind of legacy they wanted to leave. Just as any other young 21, 22, 23-year-old is doing, right? And so it gave them the space to really engage in this, and these young people largely capitalized on it. I mean, year on year, in terms of youth kind of coming in, coming out of the program, they boasted an over 90% rate of people recidivating back into the system. And so there's a lot of effectiveness that kind of comes along with this. My role, what I was trying to understand, unpack, is why it was successful, right? What is making this place so much more successful than maybe another program like it? There are lots of job opportunity programs, job training programs, but something about this place was special. And that is what it was, right? This identity building, this ability for young people to have a safe place to explore, and this opportunity for them to develop this warmth that other people recognize from the outside and acknowledge, support, validate in a way that is essentially necessary. Now, for these young people, they were involved in the program up until age 25. That was the cap-out age. At that point, they graduate from the program. And a lot of the young people get support through this process, right? In a college, when you're working towards graduation, your college is going to put on things like an internship fair, a job fair. You're going to have advisors that are going to help you write a resume, that have connections that help you find a place to work. And essentially, they were doing the same thing, right? They were facilitating internships for this young people to work at a place that would be considered, more than minimum wage employment. Places where young people identified they were interested in working, saw themselves as building some towards a career towards it, as opposed to just a job to pay the bills. And that made a huge difference in terms of the commitment these young people had to the program. And so to me, what I've learned from this, how I look at this, employment, yes, is one of the biggest factors that plays a huge role, housing and social support kind of being the other two. But employment plays a large role in terms of our base functions, right? We need money in order to live, in order to pay rent, in order to buy food. It's a necessity. The way that we get that is through employment. But the average young person this day doesn't settle for any job that they can get, right? It is culturally appropriate for young people to explore work, to find work that is meaningful, and try out different experiences, right? Fail at jobs, quit jobs, leave opportunities because they don't like them, because they don't get along with their boss, because it's not a comfortable place for them to work, because they don't like it. That's normal for a young person to be able to do. And yet, if a young person has that history of justice system involvement, they don't get afforded that luxury, right? They've already served their time. They're back out in community. Why can't they take the time, have the space to explore that? Because they don't have the social safety nets, the financial safety nets often, to do those kinds of activities. And so this organization provided them with a huge ability to do that. The next big area is housing, which Chris talked about a fair bit, right? Housing is important, where you live is important. Depending on the poll, the measure, et cetera, today's group of young people, 18 to 29, approximately 40 to 45% of them live with their parents. That's young people overall. That's a massive amount. There have not been that large a proportion of young people living with their parents in this 18 to 29 age group since the 1940s, since World War II. And so this is a huge change that is a direct result of how much it costs to live alone, right? Rent, affording to buy housing, how much people get paid, et cetera. And like I mentioned before, right, the average young person has the ability to crash with their parents for a couple years potentially. But for people who are in this space, right, they're trying to break out of a system, they might not necessarily have that type of access. And that's an important consideration to make when we're looking at what kind of resources we provide people with in terms of housing, right? Having a safe place to live, having a secure place to live. Chris talked about this motel, right, and the amount of violations that existed there, how it got shut down. And this was the only option for a lot of these people because it's the only option our system affords these people to access. And so in order to have this successful reentry process, and especially for young people, we need to provide them with extra support to make sure that they can get safe and secure housing. And then the last kind of big component in these three is our social relationships, right? Obviously, our social relationships are important. What life course criminologists will tell you is that a romantic relationship, a marriage, is the way out of crime. They will tell you as soon as somebody gets married, they have a
drag around with me all the time, right? However, as I said in the beginning, I don't like to play the victim, so I try not to stay in that mentality too long. I try to look at it as I'm a spiritual person, so I try to look at it like I was put in the position that I am with the background that I have uniquely to accomplish what I have to accomplish uniquely. And my path isn't another person's path, and I have to always remember that. Even if I see other people having a certain path, that's just not my path. I have a different path, and I believe that path is going to play out as it's supposed to be. So I try not to want to share with you that because I think that's something that when we talk about juveniles that go through the system, I think that's something that's not talked about, is how some of those opportunities are stripped from very talented people. So getting incarcerated at the age of 16, some of the things I did that I want to share with you in my background is I became Muslim when I was 17, a year after I got incarcerated. Thankfully, I wanted to stream it on Facebook so he and some of my family members could see this, because on my way here, I posted a picture, and the person that introduced me to Islam and changed my life, I would put him as the first person that really changed my path in life. He commented on my picture and was like, "I'm proud of you, I love you." My bad. It's emotional, what can I say? So, hopefully, I'm hoping he's watching. I wanted him to see, because I would credit him as being one of the main people that's responsible that I'm standing here today. Because I was 7 years old, I had turned 17 by the time I walked into Mansfield Correctional Institution. When I was going through the system, they changed it about a year or two later, where they would send juveniles to Madison, and they would have a unit that the juveniles would go into. When I went in, it wasn't like that. 1993, you went straight to your parent institution. From Lorraine reception, straight to your parent institution. I was 17 years old, put in Mansfield Correctional Institution. Thankfully, I thank God to this day. People say, "Were you scared?" I say, I wasn't smart enough to be scared. I would be more scared now than I was then, because I was stupid then, and I thought I could beat the world, right? So I walked in there like, "What's up? Who wants some?" Like, that's the attitude I had. But thankfully, I met this person. I was placed in a cell with this brother, and I think he was around 30 at the time, and he became the father figure that I actually needed at that time. Like, I literally went straight from living with my mother and her taking care of everything in the house to being placed in a prison with grown men expected to take care of yourself, or there were serious consequences. So thankfully, God put me in a place where I was able to meet this person who taught me just basic stuff about how to survive in prison. Make your bed up, take care of yourself. Don't talk to too many people, right? Kind of stay a little bit more quiet. Don't always reveal what's on your mind. People will use that against you. A lot of survival skills I learned from him first. He's the first one that encouraged me to go to college. Well, actually, to get my GED, because I came straight from high school. So to get my GED first, then to go to college, I started off in Ashland University. And then I finished my degree in 2022 in Ashland University, because then they took the Pell Grants and I couldn't finish. Then they reinstated them and I was able to go back and finish. Right? So he's the one that started that. And that was all before, he was a Muslim, and that was all before introducing me to anything about a religion. It was all just connecting with me as a human being. And that's so beautiful, because that's what we miss in this world. We're all caught up on all these ideologies that separate us. I'm Muslim, you're Christian. I'm a Democrat, you're a Republican. I'm this, I'm that. Instead of just connecting on a human level, he's an ex-felon, he's this, he's that, he got this background. What about the human element? And that's what that person did, that brother did for me. He didn't start off saying, "If you become a Muslim, I'll help you." He started off seeing a person in need, and he helped me just because I was a person in need. Sorry, I was crying. I think my nose is running. My bad. If you see it, I usually not that sloppy, but just in case. Right? So that's a beautiful example I think that we can all take. So I became a Muslim at 17, and that's when my path really started changing, even within those walls. I started to learn Arabic about a year later, and today I'm fluent in Arabic. I can speak, read, and write Arabic. Actually, for a lot of years, I taught Islamic classes. During the week, I ran our Islamic services. I was what you would consider to be an imam. An imam is like kind of like a chaplain for Islamic services. I served that function for many years in prison, and that benefited me greatly. I already mentioned I obtained my bachelor's degree. And that's not to mention the numerous programs I was involved in and also taught. I was involved in Toastmasters, which is a public speaking program. I was involved in RAM, which is Responsibility as a Man. Shout out Ron Crosby if you're watching, who helped to found that program. In that program, I taught the interpersonal communication class. I was involved with Red Cross. I was a certified Red Cross facilitator for about 5 years. These are just some of the highlights that I remember off the top of my head. There were many programs like that. The book club and the writing club with Chris, I was a part of that. Many programs that I was either a part of, helped to run, or taught that benefit me greatly. And I'm going to talk a little bit about in this presentation how that benefited me in my reentry. So when I got out, I continued teaching almost immediately. Within about 45 days, I had started giving public speeches at the local mosque in Youngstown, right? I was still actually in the halfway house. I think that was probably the first time anyone in the halfway house had ever did anything like that. And I had to like get permission because I only had a certain amount of time I could be out. And I went and gave a talk, we call it in Arabic, we call it a khutbah, which is like a sermon, to about 200 people at the local mosque. And I was still in the halfway house and started teaching weekly classes. And that went on for a while, and then different things came up, and I kind of moved on from that. And I became really interested in, I wanted to really reach out and touch a lot of people. That's really what I want to do. Like, I want to help people. I want to share. I love to share information. So I want to share the information that I have. I love to study the Quran. I love to study Arabic. I think it's such a beautiful language. I think the meanings of the Quran are so deep in Arabic. So I said, you know, I want to reach a bigger audience, so I want to start posting online. So I started posting on TikTok. Today, I have 43,000 followers on TikTok. So I say that's pretty good. My page is Ben Quran Student, if you want to go look at it. Ben Quran, Quran Student. Shameless plug. Go ahead, check it out. Ben Quran Student on TikTok. So, and I post pretty much daily. I try to post daily. That's why I said I'm pretty much a full-time content creator. I try to post every day. I also post on YouTube. I post on Spotify. I have a podcast on Spotify. I have a Patreon account where I'm going over a 14-volume book that goes over every word in the Quran in alphabetical order, and I'm doing about 1 or 2 words. I try to do that daily, but I don't always get to it daily. In my mind, it's more like a 5-year project where I want to complete the whole 14 volumes and have it available on Patreon for low price of $6.99 a month. Anyway, and I just started the application process at YSU to obtain my master's degree in professional communication. Hopefully get my PhD. Might come to Kent State because YSU doesn't have a PhD program. So that's the goals that I have upcoming. And I want to also add to those goals, one of the motivating factors, of course, I want to do it for the information, for the experience. But also one of the motivating factors in wanting to get my master's and my PhD is because I've been discriminated against so much that I feel like my resume has to be undeniable. And while that's empowering, at the same time, it's kind of sad, right? That we have to overcompensate so much. Bro, if I get my PhD, what you gonna say to me now? How can you deny me now, man? Like, I did all this and I got my PhD. Like, can I get a job? like really? So, you know, I make light of it because I try not to play the victim ever because I don't think that gets you anywhere. But I think we still have to recognize that the system shouldn't be set up like that, that you have to do so much to be accepted, right? So that's kind of a little bit about my history and where I'm at now. And I want to kind of leave you with 3 main lessons about reentry that I personally learned in my journey. So the 3 main things about reentry that I learned in my journey is, number 1, and I've talked a lot about it already, is the importance of learning. The importance of learning, studying, acquiring knowledge while you're incarcerated. And it's for a different reason than most people think. And this might seem, talking to this crowd, this might seem like an obvious point, right? But I want to mention it because I want to point out something else that you might not be aware of or might not think about. When you're in there amongst the people that you're around, it's not encouraged for you to be studying and learning. In fact, it's discouraged. It's actively discouraged. In fact, you will be told many times, as I was, all that stuff you're reading and doing, that doesn't mean anything when you get back to the real world. As if we're in a video game and if you die, you can start over where you left off. Like, that's not the real world. Like, nah, bro, that's the real world. Because what you do in there, what you put in your mind in there, what you develop in there is going to affect you when you get out. You're going to take that with you. Those are transferable skills or transferable detriments and deficits, whatever path you choose to go down. So that most definitely is the real world because it has real effects. But if you're not self-aware, right, of that point, and you don't realize that, you can be convinced that what you're doing has no benefit. right? And you will be actively discouraged from doing that. So even though talking to professors and academics and people who have an educational background, that's the most obvious point in the world. In that environment, it's not so obvious, right? It actually takes a lot of discipline and determination, not to mention the administration doesn't encourage it. You have to, if I told you the things you have to go through to get books in the institution, it's insane. It's insane. That'll be a whole different story. I don't even want to tell you that. My wife is shaking her head because she had to go through that getting me books, right? We had to almost file a lawsuit in order for me to be able to get books into the institution, right? So while that seems like a very obvious point, it's not so obvious to people that are in that situation. I think that's something that people in society aren't really aware that's a struggle. But I also want to mention another aspect of that that's not so obvious. So a lot of people think when we emphasize education and learning for people who are incarcerated, they think that we mean it's just the information. Like we want them to learn that just for the information. But I'm not really so much talking about the information itself, although that is relevant. I'm making more of a meta point about the value of learning itself and the value of training one's brain to learn and the value of learning how to learn and the value of developing mental stamina. Because one of the things that I realized quickly within my first week out, after being gone for 31 years from being a kid, is that there's going to be a massive amount of information you have to take in a short amount of time that you're going to be expected to know, right? Because people aren't thinking, this was a kid. They look at you, I got gray in my beard, I'm a grown man. You should know how to do these things, right? So you're going to have to take so much. That's why I'm so grateful for my wife, because whenever I didn't know how to do something, she was the first one I called. I was like, well, how do I do this? Like, what do I need to do? And she was someone I felt safe with that I know like wouldn't make fun of me or wouldn't, say things to me because I didn't know certain things, right? And so I think that's very valuable too, to have someone like that you feel safe with. Right? So what ended up happening in the first week is I had to take in so much information that I realized that had I not been doing that my whole time, because it's very easy to get in that place and to be stagnant and to just kind of go through the motions. You don't really have to think much. You don't have to think at all. They're going to tell you everything. So if you don't actively take time to make yourself think and to develop mental stamina, when you get out, I don't even care if you're in there for 2 years. When you get out, your brain is going to be so atrophied that within a week, you're going to be exhausted. You're going to be mentally exhausted. So I found that one of the biggest things that helped me was the fact that I spent 31 years from the time I was 17 when I became Muslim, then getting in college, learning Arabic and teaching, that I had trained my brain to learn, to know how to learn, and to have stamina in learning, to where even though I can feel it, I can feel that I was taking in a lot, I wasn't overwhelmed because my brain wasn't distinguishing, again, that dichotomy of the real world and this isn't the real world. No, your brain isn't distinguishing that. That's why athletes use visualization to practice real-life game situations, because your brain isn't distinguishing what you visualize and what you actually experience, right? So my brain isn't distinguishing between, oh, that was information we took in prison, we have to start over. No, my brain is trained to take in information. So when we get out, my brain is like, all right, this is different information, but it's information. That's all I recognize, zeros and ones. I'm a computer, and I'm just taking it in. And then also, learning how to learn, right, also helps me, because now when I approach something that I'm not familiar with, I have a process, and I know, like, okay, just like when I was learning Arabic, I did, learn the fundamentals, I learned the letters. I know I have a process to learn, right? So there's a method to it, so that was very helpful. The second thing I want to mention, and I think this ties into a lot of what Chris said, is the importance of working on communication skills. So with a lot of the programs that I mentioned, people think that, again, the main idea with the program is the information that's provided. But while the information is valuable, again, to me, there's more of a meta point that I'm making, right? So this is a very meta content point. It's not about the content so much of the program, although that is helpful. It's the fact that the program gives you a certain space while you're in prison to practice certain skills that you're not going to be able to practice on a daily basis, right? Because it's not going to be always safe for you to go back to your bunk, for example, or your cell, and to practice interpersonal warmth, right? Or to practice being honest and vulnerable with your emotions and, telling this guy that you share a cell with that he hurt your feelings. like, it's not gonna really go well for you, right? So you need a safe space. You need these programs, not just for the information that they provide, but you need that space to practice those skills, because you can very much get into a habit of not practicing those skills, and that's gonna transfer when you come out here. And then when you go to a job interview or you're working a job, you're gonna make people feel unsafe, because they're not used to interacting with that kind of kind of an aggressive, kind of cold demeanor, right? And that's some of what Chris talked about the interpersonal warmth. So that's one of the big things that I got out of those programs that really helped me, is just working on communication skills, knowing how to relate to people of different backgrounds, because you have younger people, older people, people of different religions, knowing how to communicate my point in a positive way. Again, knowing how to be warm, knowing how to listen, especially engaging in a lot of the teaching that I did. So those are what I would call transferable skills, meaning when you get out, those are the same skills you're gonna need when you go to a job or when you go to wherever you might be interacting, the Social Security office, right? You're gonna need to know how to communicate yourself. And if we think that environment, like as a communication major, I think about communication things all the time, right? So if you think that environment doesn't affect your communication, just think about how you communicate in different environments, right? Think about a factory setting, for example. So if you're in a factory setting and you have loud machines that you could barely talk over, you have to scream to talk, right? What kind of communication environment would that create? It's gonna create a communication environment where you're gonna wanna say as less as possible, as quick as possible, because you gotta scream, right? So there's not gonna be a lot of time for niceties. There's not gonna be a lot of time to take people's feelings into consideration. You're just gonna say something like, hey, grab that. And you might be like, don't yell at me. Why are you yelling at me? Because the machine is loud. So your environment creates a certain communication context. And that's the same thing in prison. Your environment creates a communication context, right? So when you're in prison, people are trying to take advantage of you. Not everyone, I don't want to paint that picture, but it does exist, right? So people are trying to take advantage of you. You start to develop a little bit of paranoia. If someone is being nice to you, do they want something from you, or are they really just being nice? So you sometimes become a little bit shut off, a little bit not wanting to give too much, not wanting to be vulnerable. That affects your communication. And if you're not careful, that's going to become anything you do often. What do they say? Neurons that wire together fire together, right? So anything you do often enough is going to train your brain to make that a habit. So if you don't have something to offset that, right? If you don't have you can talk to, if you don't have those programs that you're going to, you're going to develop this communication pattern. And it's going to be very hard to break once you're released, right? Even if you're aware of it, you might not even be aware of it. So those communications are very important, if for nothing else, and it gives you that space to work on communication skills. And the third thing that I want to mention is something that the parole board actually told me about before I got out. And, you know, sometimes when the parole board tells you stuff, you're thinking like, they don't really want me to get out anyway, so what do they know? But I wanted to share with you something that I realized they were absolutely right about. And it's one of the most, when people ask, well, what's one of the most difficult things for you getting out after all that time? It's not what you would think. One of the most difficult things, apologies to any friends and family watching on Facebook, is friends and family. And that's one of the things that the parole board said. They said, what you're gonna have to really be careful about when you get out is people's expectations, because people are gonna wanna pull you in a lot of different directions. And I was like, yeah, I know that, but it's fine, I got it, right? But no, absolutely, that's absolutely what happened. There are friends and family, sad to say, that I no longer have a relationship because I didn't meet their expectations. I actually had a friend, I thought, who I had for years, who actually told me, you're not the man I thought you were, because I didn't live up to that. For what? I'm not doing it. I'm working 2 jobs. I got a wife. We have 3 kids at home. I think I'm doing pretty good for being gone for 31 years. But because I didn't live up to what that person thought I should have been doing, they said, you know, and trying to get a reaction from me, they said, you're not the man I thought you were. So I just blocked them. I didn't even respond to it. But my point is, that's hard, right? Because you have all these different people, and it's understandable to some degree, because you've been gone, they want to see you, they want to spend time with you. And it's hard, so you have to be comfortable with being disciplined enough to say, no, I'm doing this, right? Or, no, I don't want to go. I've been around people for 31 years. I want to sit in my house by myself on the couch while my wife is in the kitchen cooking a nice dinner that I can smell that's not prison food, and I just want to enjoy being at home. I've been not at home for a long time. And some people will understand that, some people won't, right? But you have to be okay with that. You have to be okay with being misunderstood, right? It's not easy, and it's been a lot of work for me. I'm gonna tell you, one of the things that's helped me a lot is being on social media. Having 43,000 followers, posting daily, and live streaming almost daily will very much inoculate you to negative comments. Believe me. I've been vaccinated to negative comments. When I meet someone in everyday life, as we say IRL, in real life, right, not online, and they give me some negative comments, I'm like, bro, you don't have any idea how many reps I got with this. Like, I deal with this all the time. Like, I deal with it on stream. The negative comments are coming up as I'm talking. And I have a moderator, and she mutes them. I don't even acknowledge the negative comments. I see them, and I just keep on talking. But it takes a lot of discipline to get there. So my point is, that's a good exercise, though. A lot of us run from that. Like, I ran from it at first. My wife encouraged me. I almost stopped. I was like, I'm deleting my account. She was like, wow. I'm like, look at this. She was like, don't delete your account. You know, she had to help me work through it. And I'm glad I did, because I feel like what I'm doing helps people and helps myself. Because for me, like, yes, I would like to get to a point where I'm doing that and actually making a living from it. I'm not right now, by the way, but I would like to. But even if I don't, for me, I need that thing in my life that creates meaning. Like, I can't just be living the rat race. Like, I'm just going to work, coming home, and I'm not really creating that meaning in my life. Like, I need to be affecting people in a positive way and having them affect me in a positive way and sharing some of the information that I have. So I think, like, that's something that's helped me with that, but it's a difficult thing for people coming out that they told me before I got out, and I really didn't believe them until I experienced it. But the ability to be able to say no and to not worry about disappointing people, you have to get over that if you're going to be successful in your reentry. So that's all I have to share with you today. And with that, I'll turn it over to someone. I don't know who I'm supposed to turn it over towards. Oh. Thank you. I'll leave this.
Should be very proud of yourself.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This meant a lot to me. Thank you for having me.
All right, so thank you, Dr. Dumm, Dr. Nader, and Ben. We're going to now take a 15-minute break, and we're going to resume in the Pearson Hall for lunch. Okay? All right, thank you. I don't know what to do with this thing. Just leave it there. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Let's see where I am. Okay, at this time, I would like to turn the program over to John Grzinskik, Reentry Coordinator for the Office of Reentry from the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. John's going to engage the audience in a reentry simulation that will demonstrate some of the challenges that people encounter as they transition from an institution back into the community. John?
Thank you, Bridget. So thank you, Kent State, for allowing me to be here today. As Bridget mentioned, my name is John Grzinskik. I'm a reentry coordinator for Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction, Office of Reentry. It's a privilege to serve with the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction. I've been with the department for 25 years in various roles throughout the department. And I don't really have, I've never been justice impacted, but why I really chose to be part of the Office of Reentry. I started off as a parole officer. I originally went to another MAC school, who Kent State plays this weekend in football, and I wanted to be a police officer. So I went there to get my criminal justice degree. It didn't really work out for me that way. Had some issues. So I decided, what else could I do? I thought, why not work a job from 8 to 5 during the weekdays? Become a parole officer, have the holidays off, still be able to go out there and fight crime and justice and be a fantastic individual and help out the community. It dawned upon me that when I took people to violation hearings, the hearing officer would talk to them and mention anything additional you want to add to why you're here today. And the people would say, no, there's nothing else I want to offer. Officer Grzinskik, he did the best he could with me, provided me all the services, and I just basically screwed up. So that gave me some reason why I was doing my job, and I was doing my job well. So I'm up for a challenge. How can I hopefully help more people other than just myself being in Lake County? So this position opened up, and now I work in 16 counties, 4 institutions in the Northeast area, and I try to help all the individuals coming home into those 16 counties by connecting them with community partners, working with the community partners. Like I said, it's quite a challenge, and like I said, I'm up to it. We can't do this all by ourselves, and this is why it's extremely important that you're all here, and I'm happy that you're all here, to help us out, because our department, like I said, can't provide hope, provide resources, provide all the necessary needs for individuals to become successful, such as Ben that we heard earlier today. So the cards I'm passing out, if you can't pass them around, hopefully I've got brought enough here today. This is relink.org. The reason why I'm passing these cards out is because Relink is available in all our institutions to all the incarcerated individuals on their tablets. It's also available to you on the outside. Relink.org covers all the counties in the state of Ohio, has over 13,000 providers on it, and 74 searchable categories. It's not just for reentry, it's for anybody. I have looked for resources on relink.org myself. It talks about substance abuse, mental health, human trafficking, family services, reentry services, basic needs. So like I said, it's a great organization. It's available to the individuals in there. And if you're a community partner and you do not know about Relink, please go there. Please set up an account with them. Get your information online on Relink so the incarcerated individuals know what's going on in the communities that you serve and where to get those help and resources. Yep. Okay. Well, if I don't give the mic, I'll get in trouble. So, I know a lot of you were in the earlier session and you're thinking, oh my gosh, we changed rooms. You will not be comfortable. So, I'll just throw out a couple jokes to ease attention a little bit. We got a lot of new people out here. So, how do you fix a cracked pumpkin? Matt, you can't answer this because you heard this yesterday in the other presentation. With a pumpkin patch. All right, so tension's eased us a little bit. Where's a ghost favorite vacation spot? Malibu. So I won't be telling any more jokes. Well, I got one more for later on. So when to leave. But as you can see, we changed the room because we're going to do a reentry simulation. When we had this project going, talking about what was going on today, I mentioned, hey, how about we do a reentry simulation? Fantastic, John. How much time do you need? 2, 3 hours, maybe 4 to do it really well. Can't fit that in. All right, so we're going to do a modified simulation, and I'm going to explain what we're going to do. I'm going to need some volunteers, 19 volunteers, and that's why we have the room set up, because then we have everyone stand up here in front. Like I said, I'll go into this a little bit, but why is reentry important? Some numbers I want to share with you. In July, our population was 45,256 individuals. Calendar year 2023, we admitted 14,417 people into our institutions throughout the state of Ohio. 18,166 of those individuals were released. 4,244 of those did not have any type of supervision. So, just imagine being released after roughly an average of 2.61 years and not having anyone there to help navigate you. And by navigate, not everyone uses a parole officer to help them find the resources. Not everyone does the reentry preparation, but that's possibly 4,244 people released with no assistance whatsoever. So if they didn't game plan, they're out the door. So, why is this all important? The number that we are not proud of, our recidivism rate is 32.7. How Ohio measures the recidivism rate is those individuals released if they return back to our institution within 3 years. 32.7. It's a measure of failure as far as we're concerned. What we need to do is really kind of start talking about all the successes that we have, such as every institution has the opportunity, every individual has the opportunity to get their GED, get a diploma, college diploma. They can earn apprenticeships. They can work on their relapse prevention plans. They could seek the mental health counseling that they need and stuff like that. Those are what we really need to concentrate on. We need to concentrate on the success that we heard earlier today, about how well he's doing in Mahoney County and everything, the 3 jobs he's working, and him getting out there on TikTok and 44,000. That's what we really need to concentrate on. And that's hopefully what we can change and really bring down that number. So I wanted to look into this a little bit more, and I did this numbers because I'm a data person. So the Ohio census, the average household is 2.39. So if you take 5,000, if you look at those individuals being released of 18.16 with our recidivism rate, that's 5,940 people that will return back to our institution in 3 years. You average the household of 2.39, that's 14,196 people affected by those individuals returning back to the state of Ohio. That's from my math, so it might not be the best. Once again, I went to another MAC school, so hopefully my math might not be the best there, but that's what I figured out. So what exactly does that mean? According to the World Population Review website, that would be the 126th populated city out of 1,261 cities in the state of Ohio. 126 populated cities. So just to compare, in Portage County, we have Ravenna, which is 168 with 11,000 individuals. Aurora, 104. Streetsboro is 102 with 17,000. I know we have some people here from Summit County. The closest one I could find to that in Summit County is Macedonia with 158, is 158th. And for Stark County, if anyone's here, we have North Canton with 107th is the most populated city. So like I said, sorry, Matt from Wayne. I don't have anything from Wayne, and I know you're coming up here today. So just imagine that, 126 populated city, people possibly being affected within the next 3 years. That's why what we're doing here today in the future is extremely important. just some initiatives just to let you know, to let you know what our department is doing in order to ease this transition back in the community. Number one, we're currently working on getting every incarcerated individual upon their release a state ID. If they still have a valid driver's license, that might also be a possibility, but first we're going to conquer the state ID. Currently, right now, they're released with a release ID, and they could take that to a local BMV and get a state ID for free, but we want to alleviate that one extra trip. The other thing we're working on is hopefully trying to get everyone released with a birth certificate. Currently, right now, we give them the application. They could apply for it if they want to, but like I said, we're currently working on trying to get them released with the actual birth certificate. We hope to get that done within this calendar year, if not before. And our third thing that we're working on is to give everyone a Social Security card. That is going to take a little bit longer because that has to deal with the federal government. And in order for this to occur, they have to visit each one of our institutions, 28 of them, and personally see what their plan is protect those Social Security cards so they don't get out into the wrong hands. So it's just not one MOU at Lorraine, and that covers everybody. Lorraine is going to have its own MOU, Lake Erie. So like I said, they're going to have to go to every institution. The other thing, too, that has just been talked about is House Bill 50, CQHs, Certification Qualification of Housing. Kind of just like the CQEs, Certification Qualification of Employment. CQHs are to help individuals with the application process for landlords in order for they to get them housing. Part of the requirement for that is they do have to take a renters program. We have training coming up to train our institutions in November regarding this renters program. So once they do get for the CQHs, it's also going to be available for individuals as well too that has already been released. So like I said, that's some of the stuff that our department's doing and some state legislation that has gone through in order to help ease those individuals returning home. So now the fun part. I need 19 volunteers. All you got to do is take a step forward or take a step back. It's not going to be that hard. Come on up. If you can, line up right here in this at center court, kind of. Like I said, this is just a modified reentry simulation. We do this with our case managers. We've done it with some of those individuals that are incarcerated just to kind of help them demonstrate because we didn't have the time or we didn't have the room in order to do a full-blown reentry simulation. And how many people have done a reentry or poverty simulation? 1, 2, 3, 4. They're a fantastic event. I still need 5 more people. Come on. I know we got professors here. Come on, students. 4 more. Come on. 3 more. 2 more. 2 more. 1 more. 1 more. 1 more. It's a step forward and a step back. We need to get our clothes, our exercise rings. Come on. That's why I'm walking around. I don't want to sit down all day. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Round of applause for everybody that volunteered. So if we actually did a reentry simulation, what you'd see is you see a whole bunch of booths all around. We give you a brief description of what resources you have available, such are on this card. This card, for the people who do not volunteer, talks about housing, financial, transportation, employment, future impacts, health, and certain documentation that is available upon your release. So what we do is we would introduce the simulation. We have you go around, and you'd have to buy a bus ticket. And if no bus ticket, you couldn't get to a certain area. And then you'd see if you failed or you didn't, or you succeeded for that week. Roughly about 15 minutes per week, and you would have a whole bunch of tasks that you had to complete. So this is kind of how we're going to modify this. So this activity is designed to assist each of you with understanding dynamics of reentry. Specifically, we want you to bring to the surface the obstacles that individuals may and often do face upon release of incarceration. What I'm going to do is we're all standing side by side. You got the release profiles. I'm going to ask you to either step forward towards me or step backwards or remain where you are based on the information you have in your card. Each of the 7 categories within your profile can and often do have impact on reentry. Like I said, everybody has a certain thing and stuff like that. So, are we ready? We'll get started. So Jessica, Giovanni, Randy, and June, you participated in a video reach session at your institution prior to release. Congratulations, you take a step forward. Jessica, Giovanni, Randy, and June, step forward. If you have a birth certificate at home, take 1 step forward. If you have a Social Security card waiting for you at home, take 1 step forward. If you're released to living with family short term, stay where you are. If you're released to a family or significant other, take 2 steps forward. If you're released to a halfway house, stay where you are. If you're released homeless, take 2 steps back. If you're released with gate pay only, homeless, or no one to help you from no help from family, take 2 steps back. Sorry about the wording there. So once again, released with gate pay only. If you're homeless or you have no help from family, take 2 steps back. Where's Stuart? Stuart, you reached out to Hamilton County Reentry Coalition, and they were able to assist you with obtaining a state ID. Great job. Take 2 steps forward. If you're released with a savings account, take 2 steps forward. And just to touch on that as we're going through, John, what do you mean you're released with a savings account? We have opportunity workforce that's working with employers outside in the community, that they come in and they hire our incarcerated individuals. They leave the state institutions. They make a livable wage. So if I'm working on a factory line, I'm making $19. Those incarcerated individuals starting that factory line making $19. They get roughly $250 of their paycheck every 2 weeks, so they can spend on whatever they want to. The rest of it, we put in a savings account. So when they get released, we have individuals being released with roughly $30,000, taking advantage of that opportunity. If your family will help you financially, take a step forward. Emery, you just received your state ID, 2 steps forward. If you have access to a bus line, take a step forward. If you can hustle a ride when you need it, stay where you are. Darn it, that was going to be a step forward. If you live in a rural area, take a step back. If you completed an apprenticeship program during the incarceration, 2 steps forward. Completed an apprenticeship program while incarcerated, 2 steps forward. If you have no employment history, take 2 steps back. If you're leaving with a job offer, take 2 steps forward. If you're employed with a temp or staffing agency, stay where you're at. If you're willing to take on any type of employment, stay where you are. Ralph. You obtain employment at a halfway house and obtain a bank account. 2 steps forward. Yep. If you lost your release ID, take 1 step back. If you have to hustle for a ride, take a step back. Jacob and June. Guess what? Your parole officer called you, told you to come in for a random urine screen within 2 hours. Couldn't make it. Take a step back. Jessica, Giovanni, and Randy. Reentry Coalition upon release for reentry assistance. Each of you take 1 step forward. Jessica, Giovanni, and Randy. If you have no banking or financial history, take a step back. Robert, your sister obtained credit cards in your name during incarceration. Damage your credit score. Come on, Robert. Take a step back. So just to let you know also too regarding this, what we're currently doing is every incarcerated individual, once they enter into our system, they're allowed to go on to their tablet and freeze their credit. Do they take care of it? I don't know. I don't have the numbers for that, but it is an opportunity that's available to them. So hopefully they won't end up in Robert's situation and the sister has some fun in his name. If you've been evicted, take a step back. Connor, you've been employed for 6 months and received a promotion due to attendance and good performance. Great job. 2 steps forward. If you have low credit score, you are. If you're willing to take on any type of employment, you just attain a full-time employment, or you just obtain a full-time employment, take it 2 steps forward. If you're healthy, take 2 steps forward. If you have a release ID, take a step forward. Cletus, congratulations, you're an uncle. Your sister gave birth to twins. However, there's no room in the house for you anymore. You must move out immediately. 2 steps back. Sydney, you used your family car to get to work on time. You didn't have a license, though. Was pulled over for a busted taillight. 2 steps back. That's all I have. So, any scenarios seem realistic? And this is also too for the audience. Please participate here. Was anyone frustrated? Especially the ones in the back there. As your counterparts moved forward, were you frustrated about it? A little bit? We did this simulation with a bunch of case managers from Northeast, and we were in a room just like this. We didn't have them move forward enough, and as they're walking back, they ran into the stage. One of the case managers actually sat down. Couldn't move any further. Like I said, we didn't move up far enough, so by the halfway through the simulation, he was already far back. So, like I said, it's something that was great to see. It's something that wasn't planned, but he gave up. And all this is asking you, and I'm assuming everyone's perfectly fine here, and they feel safe in the environment, and everyone was able to move forward and back and didn't give up. So, like I said, for those people who advanced the furthest, what do you see in this scenario compared to those who are further back? In your cards, what do you see? A huge difference.
Release ID, birth certificate, and social security card.
Family support.
Employment. Okay. And just to piggyback on what was said this morning regarding family support, the one thing that we're really trying to push on is we're doing family forums with incarcerated individuals so that when they're getting ready to be released, and we're trying to get that conversation started. So, Cletus, sister gave birth to twins, had to move out. Did that conversation occur between Cletus and his sister prior to his release? I can almost guarantee you did not. And we're trying to encourage those conversations so when they do get released, those family and support systems are there. Everyone knows what everyone's expectation is, what was mentioned this morning. Everyone knows that I'm going to come home, I'm going to sit on the couch for 2 weeks, I'm going to relax, and then I'm going to go out there and get a job. Mom and Dad's expectation is I'm going to come home, the next day I'm going to go out there and get a job. Because now I'm an extra income, I'm taking money away, everything else I'm not providing. So like I said, it's important to have those conversations beforehand. And that's something that Kent State here in their program is going to do. They're going to video and reach into our institutions. I know Matt from Wayne County with his case management, he video institutions in from our institutions to try to set up those individuals with that support prior to release. So like I said, it's vitally important that our department works with the community in order to get those accesses available and to get people success. So for those individuals that didn't advance at all, what's going on? What was some of the scenarios on the back of your cards? Okay, so we had no gate pay, no ID, no financial assistance, no birth certificate, no Social Security. Okay. Can you just repeat that again? Because I'm sure they didn't hear you. Oops.
All right, so when you asked the people up front what they had on their card that helped them get up to the front, I heard someone say, I'll do whatever for employment, but I have I'll do whatever for employment on my card, but I don't have anything else. So even though I had that, I never got to move up, I just moved back.
Okay. So for those people in the far back, and then for anyone else in the room, is it possible that they can move up here in the front? Is it possible? I'm sorry? Got to be in the right space. I'm sorry? Not on their own. So as we heard before prior, we talked about communication. Being able to ask for assistance. I got a little thing here that we'll talk about in a little bit, but Rubik's Cube here, it's a crystal one, so you can see in it, cheat a little bit, hopefully. We don't have a crystal ball, we can't read anyone's minds. Without asking for the help, without building that rapport and reaching out to that individual, can we be successful? More than likely not. They're not going to come back to us for help. And I'm going to call out Matt. Man, I'm just picking on you because you probably traveled the farthest here. I reach out to Matt and I say, Matt, I need this, this, this. Matt says, I'll help you, no problem. I put all my hope and faith into Matt. Matt does absolutely nothing for me. What am I going to do? See Matt over there? Don't go to him. He won't do nothing for you. I'm going to talk. So it's important once you build that rapport and you communicate, you really get that, you really establish it, and you keep on moving forward to help those people in the far back, to bring them up and forward. Because if not, we definitely don't want to make them that 3.2.7%. We want to make sure that we improve that number, and like I said, we can't do it without the assistance of the community. So how fragile is the reentry process? Very fragile, right? So like I said, taking an easy step forward or back. What factors do you think you can impact on the most or the least? Yourself or as an organization? Don't be shy. Your attitude. How so?
I believe with facing,
Just on the bottom. There it goes.
I believe with facing any adversity, if you approach anything with the right attitude, you'll get greater results.
Okay.
I like to tell my students that all the time.
Thank you. Anything else? Be more resourceful? How so?
Assess the individual's needs to come up with the best solution to help them out.
Okay. Anybody else want to add anything? Transparency, I heard. Support. So another question for you. Does getting ahead mean staying ahead? I'm going to take Cletus here, and this helps so happen to be Matt. I believe Matt was all the way up here. He's now back in the middle of the pack. So this is some things to talk about, to think about when you go back home and stuff like that. So I'd like to thank everybody for participating. Let me grab your cards here.
Thanks for that.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. We're almost coming up to time. Hold on. No problem. So, my Rubik's Cube here. Just imagine that every single side of this Rubik's Cube has to do something within your life. Green happens to be employment, red is family, yellow is housing, everything that we talked about on here that we talked about. I go out tonight, I get arrested for DUI. So now employment changes just a little bit, because if I can't reach out to my wife to call up my boss and say, hey, John needs a day off tomorrow, I'm going to be AWOL. Could get disciplinary at work, happens to change again. This is only me at the local county jail, city jail. Now just imagine now, we're at the local or city jail, the county jail, and we've been there now for 6 months, a year almost, until I'm finally convicted or dismissed. How's my Rubik's Cube going to look? My cube of life. It can change a little bit, right? Hopefully someone's a cube master, because I can't do these things. Let's put it back together here. Now, 2.61 years later, because I got sent to the institution, how's my Rubik's Cube looking? Family's disarray, employment's disarray. Who knows if I still have the same house to go to? If I still have my wife to go home to? If my family will still talk to me? How's my mental health? Don't know. How's anything else going on? Everything changes. Now just imagine, as you heard today, I've done 31 years. How's this Rubik's Cube going to look? This is why it's important. And everyone says that reentry should start day one that you get incarcerated, to try to get these individuals back. I encourage you, your organization, your club, whatever you're involved in that brought you here today, to reach out to the local city and county jails. Get involved with those individuals there. Let them know that you're there upon their release. Let them know that you're there 2 years down the road. I got arrested at 1 o'clock. I get released from the county jail at 1 o'clock at night, in the morning, just like the same. And I don't have a house to go to anymore. I don't have any money. Where am I going to go? This is some game planning for the community partners to just think about, and like I said, to really help that out, because why try to hurt somebody and really get them in that situation when we can maybe help game plan? So please get involved as soon as possible. So I wouldn't do my job today if I didn't give you a task, because that's what we're here today. We're here yesterday and today is to really help out with the reentry effort moving forward. So what I'm going to task you with is something that you really want to do. Portage County is covered by Summit, Portage, and Medina Coalition. They meet virtually on the third Wednesday of every month at 12. If you're interested in joining the coalition, finding more about what the Reentry Coalition does for Summit, Portage, and Medina County, Joe's no longer here, I don't think, who is the lead of that, but please go see Bridget. If you happen to be involved live in Mahoney, Trumbull, Columbiana, Ashtabula, or Jefferson, that is the Route 11 Reentry Coalition. Stark County has a Stark and Carroll Carroll Reentry Coalition. Matt, if you're interested in Wayne or Holmes, he's part of that coalition. Please go see him. They just met yesterday. So like I said, there's ways and opportunities for you to get involved in, to really reach out, to get your organization out there, to see how you could help change at the county level, at the city level, what's going on with individuals coming home. The other thing too is that's a big, huge task, because you want to make something happen now because you're all pumped up about what's going on. What can you do today to provide hope for somebody? Think about that. What can your agency, what can you personally do? Here's a suggestion for you. Oops, there it is. What's this, a wallet, right? Does everyone have a wallet? Purse? When you get released from the institution, do you have a wallet or purse? You're released with an envelope. In this envelope, it's somewhere in here. Oh, there it is. Can I get that application? What's that secretary going to do? That's someone that's unorganized, someone You want to try to give these individuals as much hope as possible. And one of the simplest things you could possibly do is when they come in, they see Ed. Ed, I'll pick on you now. Ed, I was just released from the institution. Really need some help. John, no problem. About a wallet. You can put your release ID in there. I mean, you can go get your state ID. I'll go help you with that maybe. You put your vital paperwork in there, so when you go apply for that job, you look like an average individual. Am I right? Are you going to notice anything different if I come in with this or if I come in with this? There's something to think about. What can you do to provide hope to somebody today as quickly as possible? So, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. So it's a task. Try to get involved in the Reentry Coalition. Try to get involved in the Portage County Citizen Circle. See Bridget about that. Or, if you don't want to do that, what can you do? Talk about reeling to somebody. There's another easy task. Look it up, use it, become an expert on it. Help somebody that might need some type of assistance. Any questions? Yes.
Can you come and do the full simulation with people?
You give me tons of volunteers. Okay. I can assist you. Okay. But yeah. Okay. We're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, at least 10 volunteers. I can get the local adult parole authority to come. We got county probation. They might be able to come too as well, because part of what's neat about this reentry simulation is we have the POs come too as well, probation or parole, and they hand out little tickets. They arrest people, they take them to jail. So guess what? Your day, week screwed up. Or they give them a ticket and say you have to pay a fine. So now the money that you thought you were going to pay for your house, your rent, is completely gone. So by all means, I mean, like I said, we can get everybody involved. Probably going to need about 10 so people. Nice sized room and stuff like that, an outside room. Yeah. Any other questions? So the question is, in my expert opinion, that's a funny one. What can we do to help out individuals returning home that have come to us and asked for help? And it's not roughly about what you said. Be honest and make something happen now. The population, not everybody, but the vast majority of the population wants something to happen now. If I tell them, I'm at and I'd use this when we do Citizen Circle meeting. I'm at a Citizen Circle meeting, they come there, they're asking for help. Something that it's extremely hard to do. Who likes to open up and say they need help? I got this issue, this issue, this issue, help me. Who likes doing that in front of a bunch of strangers? I see a whole bunch of heads shaking. So, That person comes in there, sits down, says, John, I need help. This is what I need. Here's my card. Give me a call in 2 days when I'm back in the office, and I'll set up an appointment. What does that do? We all got cell phones. I'm sure everyone's calendar's on their cell phone. I have an opening at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Not next week. Maybe 2 days later, you might have an opening. Come see me. You're completely full. You have open office hours for intake hours. You know what? Come in for open intake hours between this time and this time. Try to be there at 9 o'clock. Give them a time. When you get there, ask the secretary to see me. I'll come out and I'll talk to you for a few minutes, and then we'll get someone to do the intake for you. Is that a little bit more welcoming than you come in for open intake hours between 9 and 11? So like I said, provide as much hope and make something happen now, I believe is the key. And also, too, like I said, you got to get them open to talk. You can't read their minds. You don't know what their expectations are. We've talked about employment. We've talked about everything else. Substance abuse is a huge issue. They don't want to stop using marijuana. I know marijuana is legal. However, though, your factory says you can't use marijuana because of all the tools that you use and everything else like that. It's important to let them know, if we don't stop this, this is why you can't work at this factory, which is what you really want to work at, and try to do that. Just don't say you can't use it anymore and be done with it. It's not going to work. So, like I said, give them options, give them openings, try to help them as much as you can, and lead them in the direction and go from there and follow up. So, any other questions? Well, then thank you for, oh, my last joke. What do you call a werewolf with a fever? I think you might have heard this, so you can answer. A hot dog. All right. Have a great rest of the day, everybody.
Thank you, John. Thank you for everybody that participated. Okay, so this afternoon, we're happy to introduce to you a couple of community organizations that currently provide services for our justice-involved individuals. I would now like to turn the program over to Anne Marie Noble, the Executive Director of the Shepherd's House, formerly known as the Haven of Portage, and Adam Siganik, Program Director of Hopetown, Ohio. I think Anne Marie's going to go first.
Do you want to move the chairs back in the center?
I think we're okay with the chairs, aren't we?
Okay. I'm just asking.
We okay with the chairs? Do we all feel like moving the chairs? No, we're good. Thanks, John. Anne Marie Noble.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I'm going through a bit of an identity crisis for these last couple of weeks because we were the Haven for, well, since 2017 when we first started out. One of the things that we discovered is we were being confused with the Haven of Rest in Akron. And people would say to me, "Oh, I give to you." No, you don't. So obviously, funding is what keeps us going. So the board got together about 2.5 weeks ago, and that's when we decided to change our name to the Shepherd's House. It clearly defines who we are and what we do. So we're happy to move forward with that. So if you see anybody, talk to anybody, and they talk about the Haven, they're really talking about us. So, and I hope it's good stuff. So we are a 64-bed facility. We are currently, I'm going to say, full to capacity, even though we only have 30 individuals. The only beds that are available are the top bunks, and many of the folks that come to us that need a bed have some type of a health or a mental health issue and can't get on the top bunk. So with that being said, we are currently running a waiting list. Excuse me. So some of the services that we provide, Job and Family Services come to us bi-monthly, and they assist with applying, updating, and assisting with questions with the individuals that are staying with us. In addition, Coleman is on site weekly. They're there on Monday and Wednesdays, and they also assist with, if folks are not currently seeking mental health counseling or assistance, we encourage them to sign up with Coleman and to have a case manager. Some of the barriers that we can experience with folks that are coming in would be drug relapse, because we're a nighttime shelter. Folks come in at 4 p.m. and they leave at 8 a.m. the next morning. So what happens is there's an 8-hour gap there, at which time we're hoping that they're seeing a counselor, they're doing job searches, and other things. So that 8 hours could get them into some trouble if they're not on the right road. Excuse me. Also, I see Hopetown is here as well, and they're a wonderful partner of ours also. They come once a week, and they just sit there, and our folks will approach them, and if they want to talk, we have an excellent relationship with them. So the other issue are finances. They're coming in to us with no income, no job. So we need to work really hard to get them to find employment, for one thing, and to maintain that employment. One of the drawbacks is transportation. We have a young lady that is working at Dollar General on Cleveland Road, and she works until 10 p.m. at night, and there's no transportation to get her back to the shelter. It's not safe for her to be walking along that road at night. So that's one of the other barriers that we have. Excuse me. I do have a volunteer that spoke up, and I don't encourage them to transport our guests at all, but, you know, I guess what I don't know doesn't hurt me. So, and I know it's for the benefit of the guest. And I had one of our volunteers approach me yesterday morning, actually, and said, I just want you to know I'm taking so-and-so to work. So he outed himself, and I'm okay with that. You know, they're taking on that responsibility. If she were to get a ride from Uber, it's $40 one way. I mean, we're talking 1.5 miles down the road. So if she's got to pay $40 there and $40 back, that's $80. She doesn't even make that in a night. So transportation is definitely a barrier for our folks. The other part, we've been seeing a lot of young people coming out of the foster care system. I'm telling you, they turn 18 at 12:05, and they're at our place at 12:10, because they want to out, they want to be free. Well, they're in for a real surprise, because guess what? We have rules and regulations that they have to follow. So they thought they were coming out and being this 18-year-old adult getting out of under foster care. And our rules are probably stricter than what they've come from. So with that, they feel like they have what I call a freedom flash. They have no schedule. They don't have to answer to anybody. But this is their mindset. That's not really how it works. So that's a challenge for us because they want to do what they want to do when they want to do it, and that's not how we work. The other issue that becomes a problem is if they've had, when I say they, I mean homeless folks in general, if they've had evictions on their record. Landlords don't typically want to rent to someone that has an eviction or several evictions because they're not going to get their cash. At least that's what their mindset is. So when some of the folks come in, it's really easier to get someone housing that might have been in jail or in prison and no evictions listed on their record than it would be for someone that has an eviction. Let's see, I mentioned transportation. So some of the causes of family homelessness, and I really want to touch on this, is the number one issue is the lack of affordable housing in Portage County. It just isn't there. The other causes of family homelessness could be family instability, the lack of affordable child care, wages. It used to be that you had to make at least $15 an hour in order to have affordable housing in Portage County. That's no longer true. That number is up, and that's why if it's a two-parent family, both of them have to work, and that's just to make ends meet. Domestic violence, decrease in government assistance. I know that's an issue also. And the loss of job, untreated or lack of access to mental health and substance use treatment. So those are just a couple of the reasons that we are finding folks becoming more and more homeless. We started tracking the number of calls that were getting. For the month of September, we had 45 inquiries of folks that are homeless and needing housing. So I think that's all I have, unless anybody has questions. I do want to touch on the warming center. So during the winter months, we do open as a warming center. And we don't background check those folks that come in for the warming center. They do have access to showers and laundry. We just don't allow them to go back into the dorm areas. Our number one issue is safety, because we do have women and children in the facility. And now if they want to make application with us and stay, then by all means, we will do a background check. But just if they want to come in and get a hot meal and a shower and use the laundry facilities for the night, we don't do the background check, so. Sure, thank you. Our main thing is domestic violence and assault charges. If anyone has domestic violence or assault charges in the last 5 years, we don't bring them in. The other thing I should mention, since I'm on the safety aspect of it, we do have a metal detector. So anyone that comes in goes through the medical detector, and whatever they're bringing in with them, backpacks, we inspect the backpacks. I've got a drawer of knives. We had one young person come in and he brought a machete that was like this big. So, and baseball bats, we've had baseball bats come in. And I understand that's their protection when they're on the street at night. That's all they have. But we also have to protect the staff and the volunteers. Let me mention that we do meals. We do 7 hot dinner meals a week, and they also get breakfast before they leave out in the morning. I have a couple volunteers that'll come in and they'll make pancakes and bacon and sausage. You know, they talk about the college freshmen, 15. Well, we have the shelter, 20. So by the time they leave us, they've put on an additional 20 pounds. Any? Yes? That's correct. They leave at 8 o'clock every morning, and when we do the screening process with them, we make sure that they're aware of that, because we don't have the staff to be able to have someone there all day long. And the way that we want to encourage them to be out and looking for a job. I'm really excited. I don't know if you're aware, but they're building a Taco Bell right across the street from where we're located, which is where Walmart is. So guess what? Everybody's going to have a job because they're not going to have transportation barriers. We do. I mean, and when we do the assessment with them when they first come in, it takes a good hour, hour and a half, because we find out what are her needs. And we do a lot of work with Job and Family Services, as well as Family and Community Services. We encourage everyone to sign up with HES, which is Housing and Emergency Support Services, and then they could get on the HMIS list for vouchers. Anyone else? So, and we're always looking for volunteers. So we have volunteers that do monitoring. We have volunteers that work in the kitchen. So if you like to cook or clean, we'd love to have you. Check out our website. And thank you so much.
Everybody hear me okay if I stand out here? Sure. I like to pace and move around. It's just defense mechanism for public speaking. Yes. Okay. It's on? How's that? Everybody here okay? All right. My name is Adam Siganik. I am the program director at Hopetown. We are a recovery ecosystem. I am actually a person with direct lived experience from overcoming addiction and alcoholism, as well as navigating the legal system, which was produced a lot by my mental health and addiction. What we are at Hopetown, we believe that everybody is recovering from something. We believe that people do recover. Our purpose is to help them recover. Most of our staff, most of my staff are people with the same lived experience. Not everybody, but a lot are. We have multiple programs. I'm going to touch on these programs, but I'm going to start out with the jail reentry. We provide gap services, is what we like to call it. You know, there's a lot of treatment providers around that provide. You know, if they're going to IOP or whatever the case may be, counseling, that's a small portion of their life within a week or a month. What are they doing between? Coping skills to actually apply them in the moment. Safe living, sober, structured living, things like that. That's where we come in, transportation. So I'm going to start out with our reentry program. We have a jail reentry program. We have an office in the Portage County Jail. Administration there is fantastic. They've not only let us in there, they welcome us in there, and they try to develop further programs to help them. Work release programs can actually go and go to work each day and start paying on child support and prepare for their release. So we're like a liaison, almost like an extension of the courts, but I like to call it a middleman between the jail residents and the legal system, whether it be probation, parole, the judge. So we spend a lot of time communicating with the bailiff. If somebody says, okay, I got an F2, I want to go to treatment.
judge will communicate in between. I think about whenever I was in jail. I remember when I was in a county jail, one of them, I sent what's called a kite. Anybody know what a kite is? I figured Matt did. Anybody else know what a kite? I know you do. It's a slang term for basically sending a message to jail administration that, hey, I need to get a hold of my attorney, or hey, I want to see about treatment, things like that. I sent in a kite, and the day before I got transferred to a different jail, almost 60 days later, did they return an answer. It was 59 days later, because on day 60, I didn't get released because I had a holder in the next county, and they came and got me. That's not acceptable. How am I supposed to get wrapped up? That's not much help. We get them the next day, which we're still trying to prove on, because in Portage County they have these tablets where they can, and so we're working on systems to where they can kite us directly and we can message. I could get a jail kite right here from here and be able to message back, you know, things like that. But it's limited access they have, you know, just to certain protected systems. I'm not an IT guy, so I can't tell you the way all these systems work. All I know is it's high-tech security. But the idea is the sooner that they engage with us, the better. We get people that will come in there and say they might be sitting on a felony 1, and we're not allowed to work with them because more than likely they're going to prison, but we're available for them to send this kite message to us if the judge works out something with them, so we can wrap them up. Wraparound services, right? Get them connected to the next place before they leave, because a lot of the times they just go right back out to where it was. They came in, lost their ID, lost all these things. So when through that jail reentry program of coordinating with the bailiffs, the judges, and paroles and probations and everything, once sentencing happens, if we're lucky enough to have time to plan it out, we can plan their release for them. That's where my linkage and navigation program comes in. Anybody heard of the state opioid stimulant and opiate response grant? The SOS4, that's what the process some of us are dealing with right now. It's to help, our program especially is to help eliminate the chance of relapse for somebody that has or ever has had a stimulant or an opiate use. And just reporting. We don't go look at SUDs or where did you get, you know, assessments. The idea is when they need urgent need, we wrap them up right away. You know, I've been able to help people in Cincinnati over the phone that doesn't have insurance. I need help to get into treatment I can't stop using. I've been able to sit in my pajamas at home, get them Medicaid on a three-way call, get them into treatment, transported to treatment without leaving my house. From Cincinnati, from northeastern Ohio. That's the kind of wraparound services we like to provide. Don't give them a chance to have that second thought. Do I want help? Whatever it is. Just, it can be clothing, it can be, I need housing. Housing, I need food, I need Medicaid, I need SNAP benefits. I don't know how I'm going to get to probation. I just got released from jail Friday and I got to be at the probation office 9 a.m. Monday, or I'm going to go back to jail. And I live about 25 miles in the country area away from it, or whatever the case may be. We've gotten people that have come to some of us in, I think it was 5 different court cases in 4 counties. We helped eliminate that barrier, and that person's still sober today, almost a year later. Those are the kind of differences that some of these programs make. So from reentry, if they find out that they fit the linkage criteria, then we have one of our linkage and navigation peer supporters go into the jail and do the state collection information of a GIPRA, some of you might be familiar with that, and plan their release. What needs do you need? And then from there, we have another peer supporter. If it's male or female, it's getting released. We have one in each sex, so that way they're fitting appropriately with them. Get with them if they can at the door, if not, when they plan to connect with them. You know, whatever a lot of the times they'll say, yeah, I want to meet you on release. Well, I want to go see my mom first. And a lot of times that's a sign that, like, this isn't going to play out well. But we try, because we never know who, right? So then we wrap them up, we get them whatever their urgent needs are. And it's anybody in the state of Ohio. We stick with our community the most, but it doesn't matter. It's in the state of Ohio. That's in our region for the most part. While they're in jail, if they decide I want recovery housing, we also provide recovery housing. We have a level 2 men's house. We did have a level 1's female house, but we're converting that to a level 1 men's house. That's one of the things we're working on in the process of right now. We're Ohio Recovery Housing Board certified. That means we're held to a standard. It's not a trap house, or as some would call it, where you just come in, you pay a room, and it's a filthy mess, and the lights don't work, and the heat might work one day, and we keep our tight ship on it because we want it to be a home. That's what it's designed for. It's a community, social environment where they're there to support each other, and the way it's designed is that it's peer-led. We just lay the foundation of the structure, a house manager oversees it, and they hold each other accountable. They come to me with an issue, I'm like, hey, take it up with the guys in the house and see what they think. How should they help this person get on track? Or do they think this person isn't a good fit? Through the screening process, not everybody's a good fit, and honestly, probably 9 out of 10 aren't through the applications, because you have to be recovery driven, and that means sacrificing a lot of my old ways, a lot of my old behaviors. You know, I have to get a sponsor or of some sort, or a mentor, whether it's faith-based, whatever, be working some kind of program of recovery. It's about change. That's how we truly recover. And a lot of the people that are incarcerated or continue the recidivism is because of mental health and addiction. So with that being said, when we do get applicants that aren't a good fit, those 8 or 9 out of 10, we wrap them up with linkage and navigation and find them the place that is a correct fit. So we're not leaving them, oh, we can't help you, you got to go. We engage as much as we can, as long as they're willing to engage back. So as this is played out, and we got the recovery housing, we got the jail, we got the linkage, we also got, we partner up with Ohio Means Jobs, the Haven, or I'm sorry, the Shepherd's House, not they've changed the name, hi Emery. We've worked a lot with them in the linkage aspect, and through the house, we've worked with Bridget and Ohio Means Jobs to get some of these gentlemen jobs. Now where the level 1 housing is going to come in is, we got a new building out there in Wyndham. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Wyndham. The CEO and founder, Ted likes to say, sunny Wyndham. It's a village. You blink your eyes, you passed it. So it's a rural environment. We noticed early on a lot of these residents, they needed to go to drug court, probation, they needed to go to work, they needed to get to treatment. Okay, when you first get there, you're going through the assessment process, following treatment recommendations. Their Medicaid rides weren't showing up. Like everybody deals with all over, there's unreliable transportation within the Medicaid system. We wanted to get our residents around. So we decided at some point, let's buy a car, let's contract with a couple of these Medicaid providers. Well, then we found that the county had a demand all around. There was everybody everywhere suffering with this issue. We had 2 staff members at the time. What's the biggest issue everybody runs into with this? It's not the desire or the ideas, it's the funding, right? Everybody's always, we want to do this, but we need funding, right? We had a funding source to expand on our recovery services in these different programs, to put peer supporters in the house. How do we fund that? Let's fund it ourselves. So we got jobs to support our mission. We have 11 vehicles right now. We provide about 1,000 Medicaid transportation rides a month. Sometimes more, sometimes less, just depending on, it's kind of the way the wind blows is demand. But we're employing some of our residents. We're employing other people in recovery. If you can fit the criteria of these Medicaid brokers and what they ask for, you can come work for us. If you're doing well in our house, we can get you a job, or we can get you to work. We work with the Mental Health and Recovery Board out here. They're awesome. They have helped support our whole mission all around. Helped us get peer support for the residents in there as well. So we've been able to create this social enterprise, this model that gives them purpose. I know for me as a person, when I came out, okay, all these charges, you know, from theft, things like that, being in jail, who's going to hire me? As we've talked about, employment's an issue. We're felony friendly. A lot of our staff are felony. So how are we going to discriminate you, right? So we've been able to help create this model to where we're also hiring our residents, or they'll leave and they'll come back and work for us. That's when it's really cool. We're seeing that the change, and we get to even know who we're hiring because they're in our houses sometimes. We see that they're doing well. We got a new building out there in Wyndham back in May. We've done a lot of work on it. That's our main hub now. We still have our houses that are separate, but we decided we got all these vehicles we got to work on. One of our residents is an ASC certified mechanic and knows how to work on vehicles. Instead of paying the local shop to pay and charge us, we can provide this guy a purpose, because when they do well, they're so grateful. They want to give back. They're coming over and volunteering all the time, and it's like, Why don't we connect you in the proper way so you don't have to come in after an 8-hour day and dedicate 2 or 3 hours to free labor? Do you want to come attached to our mission? You have a skill set, and it's useful to us, and we're useful to you. You get to work in a sober environment. You know, you want to maintain your recovery or be able to pull off to the side and be like, I'm struggling right now with my AA step work or with this and that, or acceptance is not going well today. I broke a bolt off from the engine. we know that language, so then we communicate that with them. So with that happened, you know, some of our drivers are people in recovery. They're taking people in recovery, but we're also taking people that are getting dialysis, things like that, you know, life-saving treatments. They are recovering from something, so we're able to get back to our community, but also provide revenue to support our mission. So that revenue source is also part of our mission. So throughout this process as well, we got this private garage that we're taking accounts with the local police department in Windham. We decided, you know what, let's get into auto detailing as well. So now we're starting that. We're in the process of starting another business because there's a need for it. People are coming to get their vehicles worked on. You know what, can I schedule my auto detail? These are things that we have to do to our own vehicles and our fleet anyway. Why not provide it to a certain amount of people? We'll see where it grows from there. So it's providing more job opportunities. This new part of the building we're having some renovations done to is a training institute. We're creating this training institute for people. It's going to be like financial literacy, all kinds of different curriculum we're trying to put together, but if somebody wants to get their ASC certification, they can get hands-on training as well and work on our vehicles, our customers' vehicles, under somebody that's already a master mechanic. So then they get that physical certificate where they can go somewhere and actually say, look, I'm trained. This right here says I'm qualified. And with the way that the staffing shortage is everywhere, especially since COVID, a lot of people are going to overlook those felonies and give them a chance if they can. And that's what we're looking for, is to give them purpose. They might attach to us and then branch off somewhere. Well, you know, as we're doing these rides, we need to start, there's a need for people that have wheelchairs. There's people for stretchers, things like that. We can train them under this and possibly get funding through the state with this work shortage to help our program as well as them and the community. So we're constantly always innovating. What else can we do? What is needed? How do we grow to support our staff, and how do we provide our residents with purpose? And it's not just for our residents. This will be open to the community for the Training Institute. And who knows where it's going to go from here. We're just starting. We haven't launched it yet, but we move quick. Let me see. So I think that's the base of it. I just tried to lay a timeline as if they, you know, what it always we do, how we connect with somebody at that reentry aspect, and if they are a good fit and recovery driven, how we wrap them up tightly. Yeah, anyone have any questions? Yes, sir. It's just you pick the program of recovery. We're just providing the living environment and the structure. You know, you have to be working some kind of program of recovery. It could be some say AA, NA, faith-based. We're open to all. We are MAT friendly as well. Basically, we go off of your behaviors. You know, we have no judgment or stigma behind anything. If you're recovery driven, we're open to all pathways of recovery. Yes, sir. Yeah, and if you look at it, I bet you most of them do. I don't know what the percentages is. Matt, what would you say yeah, or it's the mental health because of the previous sub. They feed into the health, especially with, I think they changed the name of psychosis to a different diagnosis now. Yep. Yep. Yeah, a lot of the times they use the meth because of the mental health, and they have the mental health because they use the meth kind of thing, and it's just a cycle. They have to have at least 30 days of sobriety before they come to the house. They have to be screened clean for everything. You know, and it's really, they're going to get out of it what they want out of it. You know, and we have a saying, we mold to recovery housing doesn't mold to you. That's meaning you say when you come you're going to be held accountable. Know that we're going to hold you accountable. And if this isn't a good fit and you need to leave, we're going to wrap you up and help you get to the next place and find you if you'll allow us to. That's the difference. We're not just, hey, you got to go. Here's your stuff. Get off here. we're going to help you get to that next place. We don't believe in letting anyone fall behind, not a lack of effort on our behalf. And we're lucky and fortunate enough that not only does my staff have the desire, but they have the tools that they need. Yep. With our organization, has anybody that's gone through our house, I'm trying to understand, based off of their experience? Not off of the Training Institute, but in other aspects. Other people have they moved to their own independent housing and maybe went and did transportation for another organization where they were driving for us. They took that skill set. Nothing too moving. I mean, there's some people that go and work in recovery. You know, they go off and live on their own and they might go get a job in recovery. As far as the Training Institute, it's just starting. We haven't officially opened it. We're renovating that part of the building, but it'll happen quick. So we see better outcomes when they're attached to employment, but especially if it's purpose behind. I'm not just to have a job, I'm attached to the mission behind this place. Sorry, I don't want to take up any more of Bridget's time. If you have any questions, just come to me after.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Anne Marie. Oh, I guess Anne Marie already left. So I'm Bridget. I am on the planning committee. I had actually asked a third community partner to come be here today, but they were not able to. So now you get to listen to me. Aren't you lucky? So I am a peer supporter and case manager at Ohio Means Jobs. So as a peer supporter, I've worked with people new in recovery for about 10 years. And I've seen the legal barriers that a lot of people new in recovery face. So I kind of shifted my focus to reentry services because I got to see, you know, just how many legal barriers there are. I am a family member of, my mom was incarcerated at Marysville during some of my teenage years. And then more recently, someone else I love very much was just incarcerated for 3 years. And so I've walked alongside of those justice-involved individuals. And so I do have some of my experience, you know, not actually being incarcerated, but walking alongside. And that was part of our statement today. That was part of our vision for sharing. I don't have a script for this part of the program, even though I was following the script earlier, so you guys are lucky. You get to hear me just freestyle. So yeah, as a peer supporter and case manager at Ohio Means Jobs, you know, Ohio Means Jobs is part of Job and Family Services. Job and Family Services has 4 divisions. It's child support, public assistance, child and adult services, and then Ohio Means Jobs, which is the workforce division. But if somebody comes to Ohio Means Jobs, then we can assist them or refer them to any of the other divisions. But if they come to me at Ohio Means Jobs, there's a lot more that I can offer. I know that when John was talking earlier, he was talking about the citizens pointing to me. I'm the coordinator of Portage County Citizen Circle. Now, the Citizen Circle was developed by the Ohio Department of Corrections to receive people coming out of prison, out of incarceration. We meet once a month. It's a voluntary group of community partners that meet once a month to receive people coming out of corrections. Now, John lets us open that up to any justice-involved individual, not necessarily coming out of prison. It can be somebody coming from the Portage County Jail, like Adam was just talking about, or any justice-involved individual. We get referrals even from the the Shepherd's House. Really just, we're just there to help people. But it's literally a group of community partners. We meet in a circle. We sit in a circle, and one by one, they will come in and we'll be like, what can we help you with? We're there to support them, to offer them services, to help them think through some of the things that they need. Literally, the last time we met, we would have been meeting today right now at 1 o'clock, but we asked anybody to come here. I do have somebody back at Ohio Means Jobs there in case somebody shows up today, but anyway, we're here today. So, We're there just to provide supportive services. Like I said, I'm kind of all over the place right now, but at the Ohio Means Jobs Center, we have a resource room where we can use the computers, we can help them write a resume, interviewing skills. There's a lot of different services we need. I can sit down with people and help them figure out their SNAP, like food assistance, that kind of thing. So when somebody gets released, as John was saying, they have their card, they have their prison ID card. They can take that and go get a state ID with it. I can help them, if they haven't already signed up for their Medicaid, which most of them should have signed up before they leave incarceration, I can help them pull up their Medicaid. We can file for their food assistance right then and there. We can look for resumes. Like I said, we could resume write. We can look up job posting, work on soft skills. I have a list of second chance employers out here. We've got the table out there. We're working on trying to find more second chance employers, but there's also something called a letter of explanation, which I didn't know about until I started doing this work. Along with the resume, so a resume is really a representation of the person, right? But when somebody fills an application for a job, that whole ban the box thing, have you ever been convicted of a crime? Yes, we'll discuss at interview. Well, this letter of explanation is literally like the first paragraph kind of describes the crime. Yes, I have been involved in criminal activity, but that was what I did. The next paragraph, this is who I am now. These are all the things that I've accomplished. Like Ben was talking about, these are all the things that have happened since. And then the third paragraph, this is why you should hire me. I will show up. So basically, this letter of explanation you can attach to a job application, and that kind of represents you all the way through the hiring process. That would meet the human resources person if she has to turn it into like the vice president of the company. If it goes all the way up to the owner of the company, that piece of paper will represent you all along the way. So that's something I like to encourage to my justice-involved individuals, is writing a letter of explanation. Because I think a lot of times when people come out of incarceration, they feel a lot of shame. And I want to first start by trying to change that dialogue that's going on inside of them and encourage them to, if they shift their mentality, then the employer will too, or whoever else they're talking to too. So helping them write that letter of explanation, helping them write a resume. A lot of people don't know how to write resumes, but that's one of the things we specialize at Ohio Means Jobs. At Ohio Means Jobs, we also have GED classes. We have funding for this WIOA training, which will give you CDL, HVAC, medical assisting, anything that's like a year or less and leads to a certificate or a diploma. And we also have a manufacturing program, which all the flyers are gone, so it must have been popular. So every fall and every spring, we do this manufacturing program. It's a 10-week program, and they do 3 days in class and then 2 days on the job with the hope of, after that 10 weeks, they'll be hired into the place, but then they'll have, job skills. They'll have like an OSHA certificate, first aid certificate, a couple other certificates, but then they'll also have that experience and they'll have those skills. Then we also have the Benefit Bridge program, which they call me Benefit Bridget, right? I know. So the Benefit Bridge program is a program, so when somebody gets employed and their income goes up and then their SNAP or cash, their benefits go down, those government benefits go down, this helps bridge that gap. Because so many people, if they're on assistance and they get a job and then they lose their benefits, they're like, oh, well, I might as well just stay on assistance. I understand that. I've been on assistance myself. So this Benefit Bridge helps that gap, gives people incentives to stay employed, like $250 just for being employed, $250 after 60 days of employment. It'll pay a month's rent. It'll pay car insurance. It'll pay for car repairs. So it's a really, really good program. And I'm on that. That's part of my caseload. So I have some information on the table there about CQE, ceiling expungement. I can also, I know now through making mistakes with people how to walk somebody through getting their license back with the warrant blocks, registration blocks, that kind of thing. So I told you about the Citizen Circle. There are flyers in there. John was talking about the Reentry Coalition of Summit, Medina, and Portage counties. I'm a member of that. You don't have to be anybody special just to say you're a member. Just like in AA, you can just be a member if you want to. When you say you are, you're a member, right? Let's see, what else? Luckily, I've been blessed to be able to do some prison in reach lately, and I've gone to 2 different prisons so far, but I'm going to be going to another one next week and then a couple more weeks. And what is cool about the prisons is inside they have what they call a one-stop, which it's usually in the library or wherever the computers are, but they can go ahead and upload their resume onto Ohio Means Jobs in the one-stop, and then it partners. It's the same ohiomeansjobs.com that I work with at my job, and it can pull over so that when they come out, it can, like I can pull their resume out on my end at Ohio Means Jobs when they get released. And another thing I like about that too is I'm going in and actually meeting them. Hello, I'm Bridget. When you come out, you got, that warm face to meet. Come meet me. Let's go to the Citizen Circle. I like being able to make that impression with people because I want them to know that they have somewhere to come when they get out. Something that's very, very important to me. What else? So another really cool thing that the county has been doing, I know that Kristen was talking about, oh wait, maybe it wasn't Kristen. I'm not sure which speaker who said, but like looking at the county as a whole and where those gaps of service are. I keep pointing to the table over there, there's a Stepping Up initiative that was a national initiative, and then it became statewide, and then Portage County took it on. It was looking at the intersection of criminal justice and people with mental illness, and it looked at these intercepts, law enforcement and emergency services. Each time somebody with a mental illness, touched upon the criminal justice system. Intercept 1 was law enforcement and emergency services. Intercept 2 was initial detention and court hearings. Intercept 3 was jails and courts. Intercept 4 was reentry. Intercept 5 was community corrections and support. Somehow, I got lucky enough to be on that initiative and was able to hear a lot of the stakeholders, probation, judges, sheriff. There was people from the jail. There were Coleman Services, Town Hall 2. There was a lot of movers and shakers in this community that were at this big thing that took 2 days, and somehow I was there. I was very blessed to be there, and we looked at all the things that Portage County has to offer at those intercepts. And then we also looked at the gaps of service, and we narrowed it down to the priorities of change. One was info sharing. We made a community resource guide. Another one was intake and discharge planning. Another one was housing, and another one was transportation. Those were our main priorities of change where we needed to do the most work. I wanted to be on the housing committee because my mother, who I spoke about, that was in Marysville, has also been homeless for a number of years, and so housing has always been a passion of mine. And that's something that Anne Marie was talking about. It's something that we're always going to be working on. Housing is always going to be an issue. Housing is an issue across the nation, not just Ohio, not just Portage County. But it's good to know that these stakeholders are aware of it and are going to be working towards it. So on Lovers Lane in Ravenna, by Coleman Services, not only is Coleman Services expanding, but they are going to be putting in a psychiatric unit, a crisis unit. But on Lovers Lane, Neighborhood Development Services and Town Hall 2 has bought a location, and they will be having a homeless shelter that does not have the same restrictions on it that Shepherd's House has on it. They're going to be allowing anybody in that's probably, hopefully, going to be the drop-off from the jail, because, you know, the jail just drops off people in the middle of downtown or tries taking them to the shepherd's house. So, but it's going to be in phases. Like, they're going to have one phase that's going to be homeless shelter, another phase is going to be more like reentry services and getting them more permanent housing. So anyway, I feel very blessed to be, I could talk reentry stuff all day long. Some people call me a know-it-all. I just like to know things. I like to be in the know. I like to know what's going on. But I feel like I talked all over. I don't know if I made any sense or not, but if you guys want to continue this conversation, you can find me. You know where to find me. My card's over there. I'm right here. I think I'm out of time. So it's time for me to introduce the next speaker. I would now like to reintroduce you to Sonia Williams, Executive Director, University Outreach and Engagement in the Provost Office at Kent State University, who will describe the many services available for individuals transitioning out of correctional institutions and looking to complete their college education. Sonia?
Thank you. You all know I'm between you and leaving, so we won't be here very, very long. But I have some colleagues from the institution that are here on today to talk about just a few of our programs at Kent State. So for folks who are reentering into college, they may have started a prison ed program, and they're coming to one of our campuses. However, we are all at the Kent campus. We have regional campuses across Ohio. So if we will, I'm just going to go in the order of the seating. So Josh Ryder is going to come up, and Josh represents our Veterans Office. And as you all know, many of our reentering folks are also veterans, and so he's going to talk a little bit about that. And then we have Kylie is from our enrollment management area. She'll talk about the admissions process, how her work helps folks decide whether or not college is for them. And then we have Janda, who is last but certainly not least. We'll talk about our care center, which is an initiative that we have out of our student life office, where if you have emergency services and tuition assistance, food insecurity, any kind of emergency kind of situation, her space will help alleviate some of that, or at least make referrals. Okay, Josh.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for having us. My name is Joshua Ryder. I'm the Executive Director for our Center for Adult and Veteran Services at the Kent campus. However, we serve our students at all of the campuses, all of our 8-campus system. What we do is we process VA educational benefits for the veteran, the service member, or the dependent, right? If that's any one of you, we can process those for you. We can help you apply for those. We can help you learn about what benefits to which you may be entitled. Again, those can vary. Those can be based on your service, based on a spouse or family member's service, previous service in the Guard, Reserve. We can work with you on those. Also connect you to services on and off campus as well that will deal with accessibility and different veteran services. Again, not just at Kent State, but also in the wider community, working with the VA on your behalf a little bit there. We also, again, adult and veteran services, so also our parenting students. If you're coming back to school and you have children, we have on and off campus services that will support you. We don't do childcare. I want to be very clear. We don't do that. We don't provide that service. However, we can connect you to the folks in the community that do and are incredibly reputable and can assist you with that as well. And adult learners, I think that's anybody in this population. That's anybody that's coming back to school for the first time in a while. For whatever that break might have been in your life, we're there to help you with that and to transition into Kent State University. Thank you.
All right, I hope everyone's still doing pretty good. I know it's been a little bit long, but my name is Kylie Murphy. I'm a senior admissions counselor at Kent State University, and so what that really means for everyone is I'm kind of the go-to person before people come onto campus, and so the college decision process can be really stressful. There's a lot of emotions tied to it, again, whether that's stress or feelings of excitement, but there's a lot that goes to Kent, so all the different programs, different departments and resources, and so really go-to person for those questions, but also I do help read applications as well, and so what even goes into the application, what should be a part of it, what shouldn't be a part of it, and so For example, our application process, we really need some credentials, and so high school transcripts. So I know sometimes people are like, man, it's been 15 years since I've gone to high school. What do you mean I need those transcripts? But high school counselors still have those, and so we'll need that, or a GED. And if someone has actually attended a little bit of college and taken those credit courses and everything, we'll need the college transcript. And so those are the things that we absolutely need, but you guys did hear a little bit about the personal explanation statement as well, and so we will also need that. And so same setup though of kind of explaining maybe the conviction, but also like who that person is now, and then kind of what you hope for the future, and maybe Kent State can help with that as well. And so again, admissions counselor just helping with the admissions process and college process and everything, so yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janda Roberts. I am the Outreach Program Coordinator with the Care Center, and I'm sorry, this feels weird, but anywho, so we're the Basic Needs Hub for Kent State students. So the eligibility for us to work with you would be that you are enrolled at Kent State University for at least 1 credit hour at the Kent campus. However, I like to say that we are, like the other gentleman, a liaison between Kent State students and the university. So we have 4 support the work that we do. That includes housing security, food security, financial empowerment, and mental well-being. So while we don't provide counseling or other things, we do make referrals for situations that include mental health issues. We are one of 2 pantries on campus for all Kent State students who express need for food. They are able to utilize our pantry once a month. We do have a table out in the hallway with information and really cute cups. So if you would like, come on by. We have highlighters and pens too. And lastly, we'll have a handbill with more information. Last thing, if you use Instagram, we are on Instagram, at Kent State Cares. You can see the types of things we do on campus and get to know us more. Have a great day.
Well, Sonia just gave me the thumbs up, so I guess she said she's done. Okay, so finally, for our concluding remarks, I would like to introduce Pastor Nathan Howe of the United Methodist Church here in Kent. Pastor Howe?
Well, I feel inspired, so I'm going to be quick too. I really want to say thank you. On behalf of this congregation, we feel very blessed to be able to host this event. We're really grateful for the ministry that's happening in our community. We are a congregation who's really eager for opportunities to connect more with our neighbors, to love God and love our neighbors as fully as we possibly can, and to build connections in our community in whatever ways that we can, and to foster those connections as well. So it's really encouraging for me to be able to sit here. I consider myself new to town. I've been here for a year and a quarter, but I still consider myself new to town and still very much in a learning mode, and I am so grateful to be able to learn about all of the resources that you all shared about today throughout the course of the day. Resources at Kent State, resources throughout the city of Kent, throughout Portage County, throughout the state of Ohio. It's really incredible to see the ways that y'all are supporting one another and supporting all of our neighbors. Our guiding star for the church, for the United Methodist Church, is always loving God and loving our neighbors as fully as we possibly can, and moving ourselves, our congregations, and our community in the direction of what we understand to be God's beloved community. And I think the ministries, I would call the ministries, the work that you all have talked about today, is very much representative of that, moving in the direction of beloved community. Understanding and recognizing and relating with folks beneath any labels as beloved children of God, in the image of a God who is love. And so We share that in common. We share in common the human experience that there are always obstacles that we face, and there are always opportunities that we can lead into. And because of those shared experiences, we're in this journey together, and we can support one another and we can encourage one another. We can be communities of accountability and encouragement and not communities of punishment and retribution. The way that the United Methodist Church has always talked about criminal justice reform, which is something that we have been passionate about since the beginning of the church 2,000 years ago, but certainly since the beginning of the Methodist movement 300 years ago, is restorative justice. Justice that restores the image of Christ in each person. Justice that restores full human capability in each and every person. Again, recognizing that we all face obstacles, we all have opportunities, we all should make mistakes and not to be judged by the worst thing we've ever done. I think Brian Stevenson talks about that, right? Brian Stevenson talks about that each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done. And that's become a real guiding principle for me as well. So I'm so grateful for you. I'm so grateful today. So grateful to the Planning Committee, Dr. Kunkel, and to Bridget, and for your work and guiding us, and for all of you for giving this time today. It's really a blessing for the United Methodist Church of Kent to be involved in this small way, hosting this event, and looking forward to ways to partner with you more fully in the future. So thank you.
Well, okay. Thank you, Pastor Howe, and to all who participated in today's event, and to the United Methodist Church. Anybody who's still here, if you would do the little survey on the back of the schedule, it has a QR code. I'm just supposed to throw that in there. This concludes our program for today. Thank you. Thank you all for coming, making this great. Thank you.